I guess we'll get started here, folks. I'd like to thank you all for coming today. I think we have a really good agenda today, and from our veterinarian panel to to lunch, and then a really great virtual tour with Twin Brook Farms, and then a owner trainer panel this afternoon. So I'm pretty excited about what we have to offer today, and I hope you're able to take something home to develop a best practices model for whether you have one foal or 10 coming this year, or just are new, or even many people that have been in it for 30 or 40 years. We hope you're able to take something out of today. I'd like to give a little bit of background of what the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association is. In November of 2019, the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association saw a need to develop a new breeders group, and from there was 8 people nominated at an open meeting that was here in November of 2019, and from there we added 2 more members to give it a little bit more diverse from east to west, and youth and experience and whatnot. So that developed the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association. Our members from west to east are Wendell Williams, Blaine Thiebaud, Garth Cole, Nick Oakes, Cam McPhee, Haley McDonald, Paul Walker, Jamie Whalen, Scott Rollison, and myself. From that group, guess they thought that I had the least to do, so I was elected chair, and vice chair is Scott Rollison, and the secretary is Nick Oakes. Also added into that mix was Dr. Martha Mellish, who is actually going to join our veterinarian panel here virtually today. She's our education resource and sits in on the meetings. Blaine McPherson, the chair of the Industry Association, sits in. Ken Oakes from the Department of Finance, and Julie Jameson, the executive director of the Industry Association. And that's what forms our PEI Standardbred Breeders Association. And although we operate underneath the PEIHR, the Industry Association, we've, over the last couple of years, developed a set of bylaws that will help guide the association, and things like terms of office, or perhaps if the breeding industry saw a need that was outside of the scope of the industry association, then we'd have the capacity to perhaps act independently for an ask. Our mission statement is there. These are things that we developed as we started meeting, and what we were. And these things help us to keep us in our lane. In what we want to achieve as a group. So that's our mission statement, and to develop strategies and initiatives on behalf of the PEI Standardbred breeders that will enhance and grow the PEI breeding sector. And from that, in order to again kind of keep us in our lane at our meetings, so we don't get off track and talking about overnight purses or whatever, we develop pillars that'll kind of keep us in focus. And those are breeder incentives, mare and stallion acquisition incentives, education, and youth. So today's, we're working on the third pillar there, education, I guess. Some of the things that we've been able to achieve as a group in the since we started meeting in December of 2020, right off the get-go, and some of this is repetition, but some of you are new to the industry, is that we saw that when Meridian gave so much to our industry, that when they left, there was a hole in the trot sector. So we developing a stallion acquisition was something that we needed to do, and Blaine McPherson and as well as the Industry Association were able to come through, and that's where EL Rocket actually came from. And we knew that there was also a need for develop more trot mares here if we're going to have that sector survive and thrive. And so we, much like the pacing mares, have really enhanced our broodmare band, and on PEI we thought we better develop a trot mare series, which that started in 2020 and 2021, and now in 2022 we've reevaluated that, and it'll develop this year into more of a golden grassroots. The full incentive of $250 is to help out a little bit, was developed from that group, a division of the PEI Coal Stakes from a gold to a grassroots. The mare acquisition program that was launched last fall, and those are all programs that are supported by the Industry Association, executed by the Industry Association, and funded by the Industry Association. We operate underneath them. Our annual meeting, just to finish up with the Breeders Association, will be April 19th. There will be a turnover of the board and of 2 or 3 members, and hopefully in our bylaws, there's one person to come off each year through our terms of office. So hopefully you can attend on the April the 19th. And if you're interested in sitting on that board, then I would contact Julie, and she'll let us know that there's an interest there. I think that about sums up about who we are and why we're here. And I guess we'll get going today. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge Minister Compton that's here today, Minister Darlene Compton. And I really want to thank her and her government for the support that they're giving our industry. Not only their support, but their recognition of the significant impact and economic impact that our industry has on our province, and give her our commitment and our obligation to move forward and to invest in our industry and continue to develop green space. And I think we should all give her a warm round of applause, because she's an important segment to her. Thank you, Minister Compton. And now we'll start our day off, I guess, with the vet panel. And as you go through the day, I think what's important, and to, as I say, whether you have one foal coming or you've just picked up a mare and you're getting into breeding, is to try to develop a best practices module for what you're doing. And it doesn't matter whether you've been doing it for 30 years or 3 months. There's always something to learn here. And so the vet panel is going to start with preparing your mare to foal, and then that first important 24 hours of the foal's life. And then Dr. Martha Mellish is going to join us with virtually, and she'll talk about tips for having a successful breeding season. So Dr. David Best is going to start us off here, and in your programs you do have the profiles there of each of our presenters. Davey graduated from ABC in 2019. He spent some time down under and works at Charlottetown Vet Clinic, has a great interest in equine reproduction. And I know, on a personal note, we were pleased to present Davey with the Wally Wood Award for Excellence in Equine Reproduction at the 2019 White Coat Ceremony. And that's an award that the clinicians at ABC would have chosen. So thank you, Davey. We're glad to have you here today, and we'll get the day going. Thanks, folks.
All right. Thank you very much, Bruce, for the introduction. Like you said, my name is David Best, large animal veterinarian at the Charlottetown Veterinary Clinic. Like Bruce said, I'll be talking about preparing your mare to foal. I've tried to keep my presentation on the practical side of things, so that you might be able to use this knowledge to double check or even improve your own operations. Really, the goal of all of this, and for all of us, is to have healthy mares that produce healthy foals. But of course, things can happen along the way. It's good to be prepared and know when to call your veterinarian. So the topics I'll be focusing on will be more or less the time frame from late pregnancy or your last trimester right through to the foaling process. The more I've gone over my presentation, the more I realize I do mention the first couple trimesters quite a bit, but we'll say I focus at least on that last trimester. So the main points will include nutrition and exercise, vaccination and deworming, what to include in your foaling kit, and the stages of foaling, and then when it's time to give us a call. So we'll start with nutrition in the pregnant mare, and it's a fairly large topic, but I've tried to keep it as focused as possible. So nutrition, obviously a very important part of a healthy horse, and even more so in the pregnant mare. Mares have to grow a foal inside them for about 11 months and then produce an adequate amount of milk for up to 6 months post-foaling. So this requires a lot of energy. Having a mare in good body condition throughout her pregnancy will really help to maintain that pregnancy and put her in a good position for when she starts to produce milk. So the goal during pregnancy is to maintain a good body condition while not becoming too fat or too thin. There's several body condition scoring charts out there. You can find them online, but in general, you'll want your mare kind of on the heavier side of normal. So things you might see or feel on a mare in good body condition during pregnancy would be maybe a slight crease down the back, a bit of fat over the ribs. The ribs shouldn't be very visible, but you should still easily be able to feel them. The area around the tail head should feel kind of nice and soft. There's others, they might start getting more fat deposits around the withers, things like that. But these are kind of basic things that you can look for and kind of continuously assess to see if your mare is kind of maintaining her weight, gaining or losing, whatever. So, but really you just want her at that heavy side of normal so that she's in a good position for when she needs that energy. So let's go into, you don't want to go too far with it, of course. There's various health risks associated with a mare being obese, and there's certainly no known benefit of it. And of course, you don't want to go too thin because then they'll have a much tougher time in maintaining that pregnancy. And you can start to run into problems once that energy demand increases during the last trimester and then during lactation as well. I've found that once you're trying to get behind the gun there and are trying to get them to gain weight, it can become really difficult, especially when that energy demand increases. So it's good to kind of have them in a good position for that point. For the first 8 months of gestation, the nutritional requirement is pretty much the same as when she conceived. During this time, the fetus is growing slowly. The mare's nutritional demands don't increase significantly. Most mares during the stage can be maintained on a nice grass hay like you'd have for the most part around here. Good pasture can also be sufficient, but when the winter hits or when pasture becomes a little bit more scarce, you'll have to start supplementing with some hay. Again, just try to maintain that heavy, normal body condition during this stage. But then the last 3 months, the foal really starts to grow rapidly. So the foal can grow up to a pound a day at this point. This means that basically almost 2/3 of the foal's entire growth will occur in this last 3 months of pregnancy. So the demand for energy increases in the mare, the demand for nutrients increases in the foal, so you'll need to make sure that they have everything that they need. The big ones to consider would be your total energy or calories, your protein, calcium, phosphorus, and then of course in PEI we have selenium deficient soil, and therefore selenium supplementation is also very important. There's certainly other vitamins and minerals that are important, but in general a lot of the fortified feeds that you'll find around here will kind of include that. So we'll just kind of focus on the main ones. Also, it's important to note that if you're going to increase feed or add concentrates or things like that, you'll want to do this slowly over a course of maybe 7 to 10 days. If you start adding, say, 6 pounds of a grain concentrate mix right away and give it all at once, your mare can be prone to colicking. If you can do maybe first day, say 1 pound, then 2 pounds, 3 pounds, so on and so forth, that's a much better way than just give it all at once. Ideally, it's better to split the feedings into 2. Well, 3 is better than 2 is better than 1 in general, but most people will have feedings twice a day, and that'll work just fine. So most people around here, you're feeding your grass hay, so you'll have to start supplementing with a grain concentrate mix to get adequate levels of those nutrients. So like I said, protein, calcium, phosphorus, selenium. Protein level of your concentrate should be based really on the quality of your hay. So I mean, if you have a nice alfalfa or alfalfa grass hay mix, which is not common around here, that can be adequate for your energy and protein content. But in general, you'll probably want to start using a concentrate mix. Many concentrates will kind of vary in their protein. So, I've seen them from 2 to 32%. I think 16% is generally adequate to start out with. The calcium phosphorus ratio is important. You'll want it to be around 2 to 1. Ideally, it doesn't go below 1 to 1. 1.5 to 1 is okay, but you don't want to get much lower than that. Selenium, your daily recommended intake for a horse would be 3 milligrams a day, so make sure she's getting at least that. And of course, for all these feeds, make sure to follow the feeding instructions on the feeds and supplements, just so you're remaining at kind of safe levels for all these things. Another good point would be provide your mare with access to trace mineral like salt licks, mineral licks, things like that. They can be good to kind of also buffer and make sure you're getting adequate amounts. If your mare is struggling to maintain a good body condition, you can add a little fat to the diet. So you can start feeding types of vegetable oil, whether it be canola, corn, whatever, if she's struggling to maintain good body condition. I've seen people using up to maybe 2 cups a day. I'd probably go, a quarter to half, 3/4 to 1 cup a day. Maybe try to maintain there for a bit and see if she's gaining adequate condition, and kind of go from there. Like I said, there's plenty you can talk about when it comes to nutrition, but these guidelines should kind of help keep your pregnant mare healthy, and that's kind of what we're going for here. So we'll move on to exercise. Of course, another important aspect for any horse, but for a brood mare, it's quite important. First 5 months of gestation, really the mare can kind of continue her normal activity, whether that means racing or riding or whatever. I know that a good veterinarian named Blair Kelly once said that a mare can keep racing as long as she can still fit between the shafts, So I'd say he's not too far off, I wouldn't think. But after 5 months, you'll probably want to give the mare at least 6 hours of turnout a day. Really, this can just help to maintain that body condition, keep the edema out of her legs, keep that swelling out, and it certainly makes a difference. I do realize that in PEI our conditions aren't always great in the winter, but mares that have been kind of outside consistently get pretty good at navigating the ice and are pretty good at remaining safe. And then one other thing I didn't have on the slide here, but I figured I should mention, it can often be overlooked in your brood mare. Make sure that you're still getting their teeth checked, still getting their feet done. It's hard for a mare to maintain condition if she can't eat well, and leaving the feet too long, it can lead to things like suspensory issues, other things down the road. So just try not to forget. It's often overlooked, I find, in the brood mare. So we'll move on to vaccination and deworming. Vaccination of the pregnant mare, it's a very common question that comes up in practice. Typically, breeders want to know when it's safe to vaccinate, when it's most effective as far as transfer of immunity to the foal, and what we should be vaccinating for. Typically, the first 2 months of pregnancy are quite fragile for that developing embryo. Vaccination should really be avoided during this time unless it's very necessary. Just the risk for early embryonic death would be greatest here. So I try to really avoid giving mares any medications or drugs unless I have to during this time. And likely the first vaccination you'll run into during pregnancy will be the pneumobord vaccine. So provides immunity against equine herpes 1, which we generally know causes abortions. The vaccine label itself advises to vaccinate at months 5, 7, and 9 of pregnancy. For the last several years, many breeding operations, and I was taught as well to include the vaccination at month 3 of pregnancy. So I would do that. Your main vaccines for PEI, typically the ones that I'm given are tetanus, influenza, rhinopneumonitis, or flu rhino. You could also consider eastern and western equine encephalomyelitis in there as well, but typically I hear flu, rhino, and tetanus. These vaccines have been around for quite a while and are relatively safe. Typically, you can give them about 3 to 6 weeks before foaling to take advantage of the passive transfer of immunity to the foal. Another thing worth mentioning, and it's a fairly hot topic, would be the strangles vaccine. I've had a couple of breeders ask me if it's safe to give a pregnant mare this vaccine. My answer would be that there's no real information on the label as to the risk to pregnant mares. I would tend to avoid it if possible, but it is one of our only defenses against strangles, and some breeding operations actually require the vaccine to get your horse on the premise. So, you'll have to kind of decide if the risk is worth it. I've seen some clinics that recommend it, in endemic or high-risk areas, and they also recommend checking the blood titer levels for Strep equi, which is the bacteria that causes the disease. Because if the blood titer levels are high, you're generally at more risk of getting an adverse reaction to the vaccine, so it might help you in deciding whether you're going to give that or not. Deworming. So doesn't change that much from your typical deworming program. A lot of the commercially made dewormers are generally safe in pregnant mares, but it's always a good idea to read the label, make sure that it doesn't have any cautions against it. If you're concerned about the worm burden in your mare during pregnancy, you can always have a fecal sample tested for a fecal egg count to see what her worm burden is. I typically do that to decide if we're going to deworm or not. And we'll move on to the foaling kit. So a foaling kit is a great idea for any mare foal operation. You should have at least one kit ready and stocked so you're prepared for that foal to arrive. I've created a list of recommended things to include. I'll go over them briefly, but I'm sure there's things I missed. This is just a guideline. Feel free to add to this list, and you can even let me know, what you might include as well. So plastic gloves, of course, keeping things clean, very useful. I'd like to have some rectal sleeves in there as well, just in case you actually have to assist the mare in foaling. Vet wrap for the mare's tail, again, helps keep things clean. Navel dip for your foal. Scissors if you end up having to cut the umbilical cord, and maybe an umbilical clamp or a cable tie even if to stop the bleeding. A clean bucket with some warm water, and you can use maybe a mild soap to help clean off the udder. If you're going to clean off the udder, just make sure that you rinse the soap off very well, because I'm sure that foal doesn't want a mouthful of soap when it goes to nurse the first time. Towels or gauze, always useful. A stopwatch is a good one. It's useful for when you can start it whenever the water is broken. During that time, you can often lose track of time very quickly, and so it's a good idea to have around to keep you on track. Obstetrical chains with handles or some ropes if you need to assist the mare. Enema for the foal, especially the male foals. They just have a higher incidence of meconium impaction, so it's a good idea. A Brix refractometer. So it's kind of a fancy name for a device that measures sugar content in a liquid. It can be used to assess the mare's colostrum. So, you can use it maybe if you're deciding to do an IgG or not or something like that. If the mare's colostrum is good quality and the foal got it, it can help you decide whether or not you need to take an IgG. One thing I've added on here, it's kind of a luxury, would be a small oxygen tank. I know that there's a spot over in Stratford there that sells them at a pretty decent price. It can be a good idea if the foal comes out and is maybe a bit dummy, or if it was a red bag delivery. It's a good idea to start it on some oxygen while you're waiting for the vet to arrive. And again, like I said, I'm sure there's some other things I'm missing there, but this will give you a good start at least to get your kit going. So let's talk about the foaling process itself and leading up to it. So first, I'd like to mention, in the days and weeks leading up to foaling, it's a really good idea to handle your mare's udder and get her comfortable with you being there in case you end up having to milk her. I've certainly been in situations where milking a mare is near impossible without sedation. When you're having to do that every 2 to 4 hours, say, sedating a mare that much is not very feasible. So having her comfortable with it beforehand can make a huge difference, and even in the years to come. So it's a good practice to employ. Another thing worth mentioning is, of course, the foal alert can save many sleepless nights, as I'm sure you all know. You can put it in 1 to 2 weeks prior to foaling. If you do any longer than that, they can tend to get a little kind of crusted in there or even slightly infected. So 1 to 2 weeks is probably a good range. Make sure you test the system before you put it in each year. That's a good one. You put it in and then it doesn't end up working, then what's the point, right? So make sure you test that magnet and transmitter and everything out beforehand. Another good point a farmer told me about was it's nice to have an extra magnet that you can tape even to the stall door or something like that. These transmitters have a specific lifespan, so the sooner you get a magnet back in it, the longer you'll get out of each transmitter. So that was kind of a little point I thought I should mention. So about a month before foaling, you'll probably start to notice the udder developing, especially more rapidly in the 1 to 2 weeks away. And then a few days, the udder before foaling, the udder will kind of soften, start to fill with fluid, and you'll kind of notice that difference there. Usually the fluid, if you're going to take a look at it, starts off quite watery, then it'll eventually turn into your thicker colostrum. Waxing usually occurs about a day before foaling. You'll feel that in the teats. Some mares may start to drip colostrum, the few hours leading up to foaling. So all good indications for foaling. And then stages. So the first thing you're going to get into would be pre-delivery. During the stage, she'll often appear mildly colicky, can last for several hours. She'll be looking around the stall, getting up and down, things like that. It's really good to make sure that your mare has some nice deep straw bedding. Certainly prefer straw over sawdust. Sawdust just makes a big mess of everything. So I prefer straw. Stage 2 will start when the water breaks, and that's a good idea. It's a good idea to start your stopwatch at that point. So within 5 or 10 minutes, the mare will typically lay down on her side. She'll start to strain maybe 3 or 4 times, a little rests in between. Then you should start seeing the whitish water bag first, and then ideally the front feet. Legs may protrude and then kind of slide back in over and over. Don't try to pull at this point. It's a normal and necessary part for proper dilation and passage to the birth canal. The head should then follow, then the chest, and usually it's kind of smooth sailing from there. The time the chest appears, usually that water bag will break, but if it hasn't yet, you can quietly go in, tear the water bag, and kind of clear it from the foal's head, just so it can start breathing properly. But ideally, the whole process, it's nice to be as quiet as possible. Try to let it occur as naturally as possible, as much as you can. Then stage 3, it involves passing the placenta. That'll be more covered in Dr. Stoughton's presentation, I believe. And then let's get into the general rules for when to call the vet. So can't stress this enough, better early than late. Time is of the essence at this point. So if the water is broken and the mare's made no progress in 10, some people say 20 minutes, but I kind of like maybe a heads up around 10 minutes just so I can at least start getting ready and get to the car. It depends how close you are to me, how soon I can get there, right? So I prefer to know earlier rather than later. Reasons to call: if you're only seeing 1 foot, if feet are upside down, if you're having hind feet, if you can tell that, if a nose appears first, or if you see a red bag, for example, instead of a whitish one. These are all good reasons to call your vet. For certain situations, we can kind of talk you through a bit of it while we're getting ready to go, but otherwise, while you wait for us, you could wrap the mare's tail, have the bucket of warm water ready, get your foaling kit out, and kind of prepare for our arrival. So that's basically it. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and thank you very much.
We are going to act as a bit of a panel here, and I guess when we decided how we were going to deal with the education part this morning, what you get out of it, it'll be what you put into it a little bit. So if you have a question, maybe Davey will take a couple questions now if anybody has anything before they all finish their presentations. Does anybody have anything directly to Davey's presentation?
I don't have a problem with mares keeping weight on when they're pregnant, but I find after the foal's born, there's something going on. It's hard to, I can feed them, and they still lose weight.
Yeah.
So I just try different things. So I just wonder if you have any suggestions for, okay. Yeah, so I have a problem after the foal is born and they're sucking the mother. They typically start to lose weight quite commonly, and I just wonder if there's any solutions for that.
Yeah, so at that point, the mare's requirements do increase even more than late-term gestation. And you kind of have to adjust appropriately. So generally, the thing you can change the most would be your concentrate mix. I'm sure you've tried that before. Again, like I said, adding some oil can try to help to keep her weight up a little bit. adding more fat to the diet in that way. I do have a little chart. If we can't get it, I can show you afterwards as well, kind of the requirements at different stages there. So we can go over that if you'd like, and I could kind of tell you, but generally there's a gradual increase from late trimester on.
Yeah. Generally speaking, they probably eat double at least, and they still lose weight.
Is that
So,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, like I said, it's nice to be ahead of it at the start, you know, and go from there. I think you're right. It is very difficult sometimes to keep that weight on, but you know, keep feeding her. Make sure her teeth are good and she's eating well. Do what you can there. Increase her concentrate if you can. Maybe a higher quality hay or something like that could be useful for you.
I'll definitely try the oil.
Yeah, the oils I think is a good point too. So give it a shot and see what you find there. But yeah, that's generally it. I know it's difficult sometimes. Yeah. It's a good one.
Hi, good morning. Is there any value in deworming in the last couple weeks before they have their foal?
Yeah, you know, I read quite a few cases of this. Actually, a lot of people tend to give a dose of ivermectin on the day of foaling. Some people think that it reduces the transfer of worms to foals. I think if you have a regular program, and if you're doing fecal egg counts and the counts are good, you probably don't need to do that. But if that's where your program lines up, then I think that's perfectly fine to do. So you can certainly do it in the last 3 to 6 weeks, things like that. But I would say if you're very concerned, do an egg count, see where she's at, and kind of go from there.
I know when the foal is born, we often get the vitamin E selenium shot. Is there any value in giving the mare that shot as well at some point?
I'd say if her ration and everything is adequately kind of buffered for that, she should be fine. But I'm not sure if you have anything to add to that. I know you've probably dealt with that a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I was going to comment on the original reason why they started to recommend deworming a mare close to parturition. There's a parasite, and it's called Strongyloides westeri. I know that probably sounds like a different language to you, but it actually has a larval stage that is in the milk, and that was the reason why they originally recommended that. Not because of the stuff that's passed in the feces, and more the stuff that would be in the milk. But thankfully, that parasite is extremely, extremely rare. So it's not a good reason to deworm a mare right near parturition, because they don't typically have that worm living in their body and going into the udder. So that's just the history behind why that started. It was for that parasite, but most sources, I'd say almost all of them, I've never seen a case of it ever, but it is a cause of diarrhea technically in foals.
Okay.
And giving the shot to the mare, it depends. Most likely she doesn't have a deficiency if she has been on a ration that has adequate selenium in it. So it's actually probably unnecessary to give it to the mare. But she could probably tolerate a dose, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to every mare. If she's been on a good ration that had selenium in it, it wouldn't be needed. So
I was kind of thinking of a mare that you bought in full and didn't have them for a long period of time and wouldn't know their history.
yeah, I think that's a good reason to do a preventative dose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mhm.
My question is about forage. So we feed dry hay. We have a haylage that's wrapped, that's quite dry, and then we have a haylage that's more wet. It's not silage, but it's a wetter hay. So is there any concern in switching? Like it's awful easy in the barn to throw a couple flakes of dry hay. Is there any disadvantage to switching back and forth between haylage and dry hay and a richer haylage?
Yeah, typically when you're switching feeds, like I said, you kind of want to do it gradually if you're going to change it like that, just to prepare their digestive system a little bit more. So I would say if you're going to do that, try not to flip-flop immediately. Try to slowly add instead, and you'll probably be safer that way.
Okay, thanks.
Is there any other questions? If not, I'll have your mic, Peter. Julie, you want to maybe give a little bit of a question for our online?
Just to let our online viewers know, if you do have questions, you are able to submit them at horseracingpei@gmail.com, and the moderators will ask your question for you.
Thanks, folks. So I guess what's coming out of some of that is measurements, whether it's your measuring, knowing what you're feeding, your forage analysis, and you know that lactating mare that wants to lactate and keep weight on, like measuring the energy levels in the feed and measuring the egg count seems really important. Things that a lot of us never do, unfortunately. Thank you for the questions. There'll be opportunities for questions when all our presenters have given their presentation. So next is that really important first 24 hours. So I'm going to ask Dr. Ben Stoughton to give that presentation. Ben was with us here 2 years ago and talking on the deworming practices, and that was a great talk. So Ben is an assistant professor at the AVC. He's in internal medicine. So Ben's the guy that if you have a problem with one of your horses, or Ben and his team, I think there's three Ben, internal medicine people there. And so if Davy was wanting to send your foal in or your mare in, then she would go from Davy's hands into AVC into Ben's care. And quite often, I know that we like to deal with the referring vet, so that there's a great crossover of information there, and you're used to maybe the communication level with the vet that you use on farm. So I think Ben's an excellent resource that we have here, and we're lucky to have him. So Ben's going to deal with that first 24 hours of the foal's life and go from there. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you. I think talking about foals is a bit more exciting than talking about worms, but I do like worms a lot. And it's been crazy. The past 2 years, it seems like a blur. I'm not sure what we've been doing the past 2 years. So today I get to talk to you guys about the first 24 hours of the foal's life. And I have a slideshow, and she'll put it up there now. And this is the exciting moment. This is what you've been waiting for. And I have 4 children, and so I've gotten to witness the birth of my children. And there's this anticipation to that moment when they're about to come, this excitement and this anxiety associated with it. And same thing with any species, including horses. You've been waiting for months and months and months for this animal to arrive, and then the day's here. And so there's an excitement that goes with it. There's a lot of things that happen in that first 24 hours that are essential for that foal getting a good jump start into its life. And some of those things you're not aware of necessarily because the body's doing it on its own. So one of the things I wanted to do today was to talk about some of the things that are happening normally as the foal is going from, I call it the aquatic to terrestrial transition. I always joke about that. So why do you think I call it the aquatic to terrestrial transition? Anybody willing to guess? Yeah, they're going from the water world to the real world, to their terrestrial life. So they're living inside their mom's belly. They're living in basically a fluid bath of amniotic fluid. They're growing up there as a fetus until a fully formed animal. And so this is the aquatic to terrestrial transition that's happening. And it's filled with excitement. You can go to the next slide. One really cool thing about horses, and if you have never heard of this word before, this is one vocabulary word you can add to your arsenal to talk about. It's called precocial. Has anybody heard of that word before? So the horse is what you call a precocial species. And what that means is they are ready to hit the ground running. They're ready to hit the ground running. And it's important in almost all prey animals that they be ready to hit the ground running. So that means that so in the horse's case, within a couple hours, they're up able to run away from anyone that's attacking them potentially, and actually suckling and doing normal things versus, so for example, my little baby, when she was born, she actually starts to cry right away, and then she was able to suckle, but she's just learning to walk now. She's 10 months old now, and so she's having her first step at 10 months of age, not at the first hour. And so precocial means that they're actually ready to hit the ground running. And this is so I'm gonna reiterate this thing, and it's a simple rule. I didn't make it up, so I'm passing it along to you. If you haven't heard it before, hopefully it'll be helpful to you. I call it the 1, 2, 3 rule. And it basically, we expect them to be standing by 1 hour of age. So this is what our normal pattern, standing around 1 hour of age, and they're actually able to suckle by 2 hours of age, and the mare has passed her placenta at 3 hours of age. And these things, they are related. So having the strength of the muscles and the bones and the tendons and ligaments to be able to stand up, have the mental awareness to be able to stand up, have the oxygen in their blood flowing so they can stand up. So if you call me and say the foal stood up at 1 hour, I'm thinking about all these other body systems. You're not necessarily thinking about them, but I'm thinking about oxygen levels and the lung working and the heart working and the muscles and tendons and ligaments and joints. And all these body systems are working if the foal is able to stand. So it's extremely important that they stand around 1 hour of age, suckle by 2 hours of age, and then the placenta passes by 3 hours. And before I go to the next slide, the passing of the placenta is associated with the suckling because when the foal goes and suckles the mare, it stimulates a hormone called oxytocin, which some of you have heard that hormone, and that is actually going to help with the passing of the placenta. And so we want that placenta to come out because for the mare to stay healthy and care for that foal, she must pass all of the placenta. Even a tiny little piece of that placenta that gets left into the mare can cause her demise. So we want you to watch for the passing of the placenta. Oftentimes, all the focus goes on to the foals because they're the exciting moment. And there's the baby, there's the foal, and the mare gets kind of off to the side a little bit. But watch and look for the placenta, save it so you can show it to your veterinarian to make sure all of it has passed. And if it hasn't passed by 3 hours, call. Okay, what's the next slide here we got? Okay. First breaths. So the first 24 hours, I'm going to go through some of the things that happen. So the first breath, if you've been there when your own baby has been born, there's this moment when they come out when there's no breathing. It's a quietness. I remember when my last daughter was born, there was this, it seemed like forever, but it was probably only 10 seconds. There was this quietness. Baby's not making any noise, not blue or anything, but they do look kind of like aliens when they come out. And then that breath comes, the first breath, and it's usually a cry. The baby starts to cry, and it's the glorious noise that they make. So horses, when they come out and they're going from their aquatic to terrestrial transition, they have to start breathing air. So when they're in their mom, they're not breathing air like we are. So they have to actually take that first breath. And that first breath is extremely important in getting the lungs to be expanded into the proper position to be able to exchange oxygen and exchange carbon dioxide. And there's this really cool chemical that the lung makes, and it's called surfactant. Has anybody ever heard of surfactant before? This is essential. And the foal makes the surfactant needed to have the lungs ready for the first breath in that last few weeks before birth. So for example, if a foal is born too early, guess what could happen? You could actually have inadequate levels of surfactant in the lung of the foal so that when that foal comes out to begin its terrestrial life and it takes the first breath, guess what happens? The lung actually collapses. It can't expand. So when we ask you questions about, is her due date, when's her due date, is she coming too early? These are some of the things that we're thinking about, because if the foal comes too early, doesn't have adequate surfactant, there's going to be respiratory collapse. So that first breath is not going to expand the lungs appropriately. The foal is not going to have the energy to be able to stand up, not going to have adequate oxygen levels. So when they first breathe, it's typically faster than you would normally see, and then it goes down as they approach the end of the first day. We can go to the next slide. All right, so the first movements. The first movements are typically what separate the umbilical cord. So the mare is oftentimes laying down, the baby has passed, the water is broken, the baby has passed, and the mare is still connected. So this is that moment before the cord has been broken. This is that moment where the foal is kind of between two different worlds. It's still connected to its mom via the umbilical cord, where it's been getting all of its oxygen, all of its energy, and being able to maintain life. So it's still connected to some degree, but now it's taking its first breath, hopefully. And as there's any movement, as the mare stands up or the foal kind of kicks and tears that umbilicus, that's pretty important. And that's actually triggers a lot of things in the body. So once the body of the foal gets the message that it's go time, it's time to be terrestrial, the heart's going to change, the blood flow is going to change, various organs are going to start being filled with blood that were being bypassed before. It's a fascinating thing that's happening that you're not seeing it, but the breaking of that umbilical cord is telling the foal's body, it's time. It's time for you to start oxygenating the lungs. It's time for you to start perfusing these various organs like the liver.
Is that when you clear their nostrils?
Is that when,
We always heard you had to clear the nostrils.
for the first breath? Yeah. Yeah, so I think the question is, if you're there and you're watching it and there's some of the actual sac over the nose, you can go and pull it off. It's hard to not intervene when you're there watching it, but oftentimes they don't need us. Most times they don't actually need us, but when you're there, there's always a temptation to want to let me just help a little bit. But they can, it could save their life if it's stuck on there and they're not actually getting it off of there. But oftentimes they'll rub it off. They'll get it off as they get a stimulus to breathe. So just for the umbilicus, it's nice to let it tear off naturally and break off naturally, and there will be a little bit of bleeding as that happens, but eventually the bleeding should stop. That thing dries up in the first week typically. We will have you guys dip it to try to prevent infections, and so if you've ever had foals with their umbilicus dips, we typically have you dip it at least in the first day to try to clean off any organisms that are on there to prevent infections. But like anything, you can do too much dipping, and too strong of chemicals could actually make it worse sometimes. So just follow your vet's advice in terms of what you use to clean the umbilicus in that first day of life. And call if there's excessive bleeding, or if there's any kind of swelling, it looks paunch or poochy there, or you see any kind of urine coming out of the umbilicus. Okay, we can go to the next step, the next slide there. So I've talked about the first breaths, the expanding of the lungs. We talked about the first movements that typically break the umbilical cord. Now we're going to talk about these first steps. The first steps are clumsy, and it's kind of fun to watch. I mean, this foal has been in a fluid-filled environment about an hour or two before, and now all of a sudden it's getting these triggers from its mind saying, it's time to get up, it's time to get up, it's time to get up. And they will make a few attempts, which is totally normal, and they look a bit clumsy as their brain and their nervous system is learning how to stand, learning how to know where the positions of the legs are, learning how to extend and utilize these muscles. So typically, I want them standing in that first hour. And this is the beginning of clues. So if there's something wrong, this could be one of the first things that you notice, that there's something off with this foal. Maybe the tendons are contracted and they can't stand up, but they mentally want to stand up. Or maybe they're not getting enough oxygen and they're exhausted. Or maybe they tried to get up and their muscles are actually failing them because they have a selenium deficiency. So this is some of the first clues if there's going to be something wrong, is if they don't stand up in this timeline. I typically don't have you call me till around 3 hours of age. So if they haven't stood by 3 hours, I want you to call me for sure, because then we're going to having lots of downstream negative consequences, because if the foal doesn't stand, doesn't get enough colostrum, it's not going to have a good jump start to life. This little picture on the bottom here, I don't know if you've ever heard of that word before, but you guys have seen that before, I hope. It's called the eponychium, and it's a fascinating little thing. And the way that I like to think about what it does, when the foal is inside the mom, foals are not supposed to be running inside their mom. They're supposed to run when they are born. And so the thought is that these little epithelial fronds on the foal's hooves are supposed to act like a padding on there, so that they don't poke holes through the mare's placenta and cause tearing. So if I see a foal, let's say you call me or bring in a foal that hasn't stood, this stuff will be on its foot. It'll still be on its foot. It comes off once they start to stand. So a foal that has stood up and walked around the stall, this stuff will just wear off quickly. So it's just a funny little word that, and it's kind of a crazy little thing if you've never seen it before. But it's a fascinating design to try to keep the foal from potentially popping through. And it has these little paddings on there. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so we've done the first breath, the first movements. Now the foal is standing, hopefully, and it looks a little clumsy, but it knows what it needs to do. It needs to go get the milk. So this first milk is extremely important. And the first milk, you already know what it's called. It's called colostrum. And this is what's going to fortify the immune system. And it's not just about them getting antibodies or these transfer of antibodies into their blood. There's actually protective things that are in the colostrum that protect the GI tract, they protect the intestines, and so they provide local immunity. And this species, so the horse species, doesn't give antibodies to the foals via the placenta. So they have to get it from the mom. That's how it's designed. They have to get it from the mom. And so this is where you can actually run into trouble, because if they don't get enough from their mom, then they don't have a good jump start to life. So in terms of management, this is one area that you likely spend a bit of energy trying to make sure the foal gets adequate colostrum. So I have 3 goals that I like to talk about related to this colostrum ingestion. And it's timeliness, and it's the quality and the quantity. Does anybody know why the timeliness is very important? Why we focus on them getting it in the first day of life? I'll give you the reason. Sometimes we do things and we don't know the reason why. Well, this is a fascinating thing that horses have, and a few other species. They have specific cells in their intestine that absorb the antibodies from the mare's milk. And they're only open for a certain period of time. They start to close, and they're completely gone by 24 hours of age. So that foal, even though it ingests colostrum, it won't absorb it into its blood after that time point. And it's not that it turns off right away at 24 hours. It actually slowly goes down during the day. So ideally, we want the foal to drink all the colostrum that it needs in that first 6 to 12 hours. Because after that, the ability to absorb it, even though you give it, is going to go down dramatically and be non-existent after that 24-hour mark. So the timeliness is because of her biology and the way their intestines are designed to absorb this colostrum in that first 24 hours of age. So that's why we always focus on getting the colostrum in quickly, is because they can only absorb it in that first day. Okay? Quality. Well, the quality of it is extremely important, because if let's say you have a foal that's stood, it's strong, it's suckling, it's going to the gland, and it's looking for its colostrum to build its immune system to start off with a good life. But if the mare, let's say, for example, has wasted her colostrum, then the foal's not going to get any, and it's not going to get the adequate immune boost that it needs to start off life strong. Or, for example, the stuff that she does have is very poor quality. And so this is why we spend energy and time trying to measure the quality of the mare's colostrum. So what we'll do is we'll actually take a sample of it, we'll put it on a device called a refractometer and measure how concentrated it is. And if it's very concentrated, has high levels of protein, then we're confident that if that foal ingests it, it'll be able to absorb it and most likely get adequate levels of the antibodies that it needs. And the quantity of it, they're kind of related. I guess you would hopefully be able to see that if you have really, really concentrated colostrum, it's going to take less to get adequate levels. If you have less concentrated colostrum, then it's going to take more to get adequate levels. But a typical rule of thumb is between 1 to 2 liters per day, or in that first 24 hours of life. And you're going to get some of this afternoon when you watch the videos from the farm, just practical things. For example, being prepared to intervene as needed. So you really want to pay attention to these things. Pay attention to the colostrum. Does she have it? What's the quality? What's the quantity that she's producing? Is the foal able to stand and suckle and get it? And this is really important. The timing of it is important because this is that window that it's going to be able to be absorbed, is in that first 24 hours. Some of the things we may do include actually tubing the foal or bottle feeding the foal. Sometimes you have to have a colostrum bank or have a freezer where you've saved colostrum from a previous mare and you have that ready to go just in case the mare doesn't have adequate levels of colostrum. Sometimes you have to call your veterinarian out to come out and give plasma. That's why we're doing the plasma treatments, because there wasn't enough colostrum or good quality colostrum, or we missed the window, that 24-hour window, for it to be able to be absorbed via the GI tract. So it's so important. Do you guys know why it's so important that they get colostrum in that first 24 hours? What's the main reason you would think?
So they don't get infected.
Yeah, so they don't get an infection. So it helps them in terms of being able to fight off the various organisms they're going to be exposed to. So as soon as the foal's born, so it's going from this aquatic environment that's fairly, I'll just say fairly sterile, and then they're going to be dropped into the straw, which is not sterile. And their immune system has to be ready to hit the ground running. And so that's why they have to ingest the colostrum. They hit the ground running, and they have an ability to fight off infection, both in their GI tract and in their bloodstream. Let's see, how long has it been now? I'm okay? Okay. I'm almost done. Let's go to the next slide here. First, urination. Okay. So there's a lot of firsts in that first day of life. So I've done the first breath. I've done them having their first movements, separating from their mom via the umbilical cord. They are actually going and suckling now, hopefully getting the first milk, which is called colostrum, and getting adequate levels for their immune system. As the foal starts to drink its liquid diet, so imagine if you had to eat all liquids all the time. Guess what you would do? You would go to the bathroom a lot. So foals do urinate a lot. That's because they're on a totally liquid diet, especially when they're young. They don't really eat a lot of forage or grain. They're basically on a totally liquid diet, and so we do expect them to urinate. That first urination, though, is not till around 12 to 24 hours. So sometimes people will say, oh, I haven't seen my foal urinate, but it's only 3 or 4 hours of age. That's okay. That's still normal. But if you see them straining, let's say around 24 hours, and they're not passing any urine, or you see urine coming out of their umbilicus, their belly button, then you need to call me, because there could be something wrong. There could be something wrong with their ability to urinate. Could be something wrong with the bladder. Could be something wrong with their umbilicus. So it's normal for them to urinate in that 12 to 24 hour mark, but not much sooner than that. And I expect them to produce large quantities of dilute urine. It's because they're on a totally liquid diet. And it's a good estimate too. So if I'm watching a foal and it stands, suckles, urinates, then there's a good chance that it's getting adequate levels of milk. It's getting adequate amount of milk from the udder because she's producing enough milk for the foal to ingest. All right, let's go to the next one. First, feces. So that first feces, it's called the meconium. Has anybody stepped in some meconium before? It's really sticky stuff. It sticks to your boot, and then you trunk it around the barn, and it's really kind of gooey and black, and you'll know when you step into it. It's not a normal foal poop. I typically find foals, I can't find their poop, and I call it stealth pooping. So foals seem to hide it in the stall, or it disappears when they're really small. But the meconium, I seem to always step in it. So this is an important step of them going from their aquatic to terrestrials, passing this milk, passing this meconium. And they typically pass it by 12 hours of age. And because it's the most common cause of colic in a newborn foal. This is the reason why we typically give enemas to foals, why a lot of farmers don't wait for the foal to colic. They just give them an enema to try to help them pass this, because they do need to pass it. It's part of the normal process of ingesting the milk and passing all this stuff that was in the intestinal tract when they were still in their aquatic environment. So it's normal for them to strain a bit when they're passing it, but most people are obsessed with making sure they don't colic from the meconium, that they typically will give them an enema to help them pass it. Here's just some fun pictures of this picture on the right there. It's hard to see the coloring, but it's a bit of a transition poop. So as a veterinarian, we talk a lot about poop. We stare at poop a lot. It may seem like we're obsessed with it, but we kind of are at times. Maybe you're not, but I'm watching for these types of things. So the color of that feces shows that it's transitioned from passing meconium to a normal milk feces, which has a bit more yellowish color to it. So, all right, 2 more slides, and then we're done. So the first blood test that you may consider to do in your foal in that first 24 hours is related to the IgG levels. So the IgG, that stands for immunoglobulins, and that's the name of the antibody or that immune protectant that they get from the mom's colostrum. And we have markers in the blood that we can look for to estimate if they got enough. Did they get enough colostrum? We can run the blood test to confirm that they got it or not. So this is one option that you may consider when you're trying to manage or prevent foals from having inefficient amounts of antibodies, or if you're uncertain that they didn't get enough and you may need to give them plasma. And then the first injection that they will get in this area of the world is a selenium and vitamin E injection. And so many of you are aware of that, but the reason why we give that is because the soil here and all the forage grown in this area of the world is deficient or absent of an essential nutrient called selenium. And this element is critical for maintaining normal muscle function and normal muscle homeostasis. And so when a foal is born without adequate levels of selenium, for whatever reason, they start to stand up. Guess what happens? Their muscles start to fatigue, their muscles start to break down, and they're not able to stand. And we know if a foal doesn't stand, there's so many downstream consequences that can come, for example, of them not being able to suckle and get enough milk or get enough colostrum. So just to prevent this, we typically give that as their first injection in their first day of life. Okay, I'm going to go to the last slide and then I'll take questions. So one key thing that I like to reiterate to my students is that a foal is not a miniature horse. They have their own unique parameters, their own unique adaptations that they're moving through. They're not a small horse, and you can't treat them like a small horse. And I don't recommend the wait and see approach. Do you know what I mean by the wait and see approach? It works quite well for your adult horses. Let's just wait and see. Let's just kind of play it out for a little bit and see if she turns the corner, you know. But with these foals, don't use the wait and see approach, because waiting 12 hours, 6 hours to call, or if you have to send it into the vet clinic, it could be life and death. So if you're concerned, or they're not meeting some of these milestones, or they're looking a little bit off, and it could be as subtle as this: they don't suckle. They're not there suckling. They're not paying attention to the mare. They're just wandering around. Then don't wait and see. Call and intervene sooner is better. Okay, and just remember the 1, 2, 3 rule. So standing by 1 hour, suckling by 2, and the mare's passing your placenta by 3. Okay, thank you all.
Thanks, Ben. You can tell Ben's passion for what he does, that's for sure. Because of time, maybe 1 or 2 questions?
Size of the umbilical cord. Some umbilical cords are, in size of the umbilical cord, some appear quite large, especially if the mare has gone beyond the 343 days, or that's what I use as the term. Leave it alone, cut it, clamp. What's your thoughts? You said there, your thoughts are let the mare get up and
Yeah, so
It'll pull away from the foal.
I typically, it's really hard to restrain ourselves, right? We always want to intervene. If it drips a little bit, we're wanting to put a clamp on it. But typically, in general, these things should break. Let them break naturally on their own, because the body is already undergoing these systems in place to divert blood flow from the umbilicus. So it's getting the triggers, the body's getting the trigger that's going to shut down the blood flow to the umbilicus. And so, in general, I watch them. And if it looks like it's gushing a bit too much, and then I will intervene. But I don't clamp all of them. I don't think it's necessary. But can you get away with it, and will it likely all turn out fine? Yeah, typically, yes. So if they're really big and a big honker and it's bleeding a lot, then just put a clamp on it. But I like to let the blood flow and the normal transition happen. So they do the same thing in people. They've actually gotten to the point where they don't recommend that they clamp the umbilicus right away. They actually would let the baby stay connected to the umbilicus for a few minutes, even 10 minutes. And then the blood flow basically diverts away from the placenta, because the body is saying, we don't need the placenta. It's time to start oxygenating our own blood. And so, does that answer your question? Yeah. One more question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, your thoughts on harvesting colostrum from a foaled mare, how much to take, and how long is the colostrum effective on a newly foaled mare?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I know many of you guys are likely foaling out quite a few horses every year. So what's nice is just take a bottle. Take maybe like a 7-8 ounce bottle from your mare that actually has good quality and adequate quantities of it, and save that and freeze it. And it's typically good for about 18 months. That's a general recommendation. So if you save a bottle from each mare, then you may end up with a stockpile in your freezer that you'll have it for that one mare. Let's say she's an older mare and she doesn't produce enough colostrum, or she starts to leak all of her colostrum out and waste it. So it's generally a good idea to, if you have a freezer and you have enough mares, to build your own colostrum bank so you have that. It's much cheaper for you to collect the colostrum, put it in a bottle, freeze it, than to call me or Davey out to come give some plasma, which costs, I don't know, what is it? $1,000, $2,000. So I'd recommend save the colostrum from your mare. Does that answer your question?
Also, time frame to harvest from that mare. The time frame to harvest from that mare, like.
Yeah, she's only gonna produce it in that short window of time. So I would get it in that first day. Try to get a sample of it in that first day, which goes along with what Davey was saying, to make sure that you can actually touch the udder, because she won't let you touch it. Then you're not going to get any for your colostrum bank.
And you wouldn't harvest any more than about 8 ounces from a mare?
Yeah, if she has plenty of it, you could take more, but the general rule is to take and save a 200 ml, 240 ml bottle, so you have that ready to go for a foal that may need it in the future. So, sound good? Yeah.
Do you normally give every foal a shot of selenium?
I think it's worth the risk. The question was, do you normally give every foal a shot of selenium? So you guys are on the farm. You guys are there foaling these mares out. One of the first questions I'm going to ask you, if you have to come see me, is did the foal get an injection of selenium? Because when I'm looking for reasons why, let's say it can't stand up or if it's feeling bad, I want to make sure that I've addressed that potential disease, which is called white muscle disease. So I think it's worthwhile in this area of the world. When I was in Texas and Florida, we don't give selenium shots to foals at all. Nor Alberta. So here, I think it's worth the risk of giving it. It's a very, very small risk of the injection. It is a bit irritating, when you're giving larger amounts, but it's worth the risk to give it to protect from any selenium deficiencies. Do you recommend that all your, yeah? Typically, yeah. How much would you give? I typically give the preventative dose, which on the bottle, what is it? At the concentration, one?
Yeah, a couple milliliters.
Yeah.
1 to 2 mils, somewhere in there.
It's a small volume, 1 to 2 mils. You can give too much selenium, so please don't do it. Don't do it more than once. Okay.
One more question.
My question is, when you go to the co-op, you can always find bovine colostrum or sheep or whatever. Why is there not available mare colostrum in a powdered form? Or is it available and I'm not knowing about it?
As far as I know, it hasn't been created, and nor is it available. There is, yeah, so I don't typically recommend that you give bovine colostrum to your horses, but I'm not sure exactly why. It's a good question. I don't know why they haven't been able to purify it. I suspect they haven't been able to purify it. It would cost too much to be able to purify the colostrum for to have a synthetic version for horses. But that would be nice, wouldn't it? Do you know why I'm not sure why they haven't created it. It is a bit of a synthetic model, you know, so it's not a natural, but it does provide some crude protection for your calves.
That's
Yeah.
right. I bet it does come down to cost. You're right.
I mean, let's say you have a mare that dies suddenly and her foal is an orphan, one of the first phone calls that you want to be making in that first day is, does anybody have a colostrum bank? So if you have a freezer and you have enough mares, then I would recommend that you be the colostrum bank for your friends and for your farm, because this stuff is, I call the plasma liquid gold, but the colostrum is, it's also liquid gold. You can really help a lot of foals out with it, especially if they're orphans that didn't get enough from their mom.
Just really quick, when's the best time to give that shot of selenium to a foal? Within the first 12 hours, or is there a...
Yeah, typically just make sure you get it in the first day. Yeah, if they're meeting all those benchmarks that I already talked about, they're standing, they're suckling, they're urinating, they're passing their feces. It's just one of those checklist things that I would try to get done in that first 24 hours. So.
Okay,
If
thanks.
it's the next day, I think it's fine too. It's most important just to get it done. What do you recommend?
Yeah, first day is typically
Yeah.
a good idea. Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks for the questions.
You're not done. I have a question, actually. This is something that we see from breeders, and I actually, you know, you often wonder, and it's, you know, the foal's born, your instinct is to, you know, the mom's there and she's looking for it. Your instinct is to pull that foal around to the front of the mare right away. How long should you leave that? You know, you talked about it. I think Blaine said, you know, about the umbilical on the foal, but if that cord is still attached, you just leave that foal. What are your thoughts there from either of you?
I would, yeah. So my temptation, so the temptation is always to want to do stuff, as if they needed us. But I would encourage you to trust the mare and the foal. So watch it and try to restrain yourself from intervening as needed. So when that is, what's the moment, you know, to drag it around? Is it really harmful to do it? I don't think it's harmful for you to intervene. You know, there is some moments, or let's say, so if you actually tried to pull the foal out before the mare was ready, that could be harmful. But I would just let the mare breathe. She just gave birth to a foal. Give her a second to do her thing. But a lot of us, we have our little temptations and the things that we do, and then it goes well, and then we just keep doing it. So I would just encourage you to just watch and let them do what they've been created to do. So.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. As naturally as possible is the best way to do it. But yeah, I can understand the temptation for sure.
Thank you, Dr. Stoughton, and we'll move on. There will be questions. If you think of anything else that you want to hear from Dr. Best or Dr. Stoughton, then we're going to have a few minutes, but we are going to drive on here. Dr. Martha Mellish is going to join us virtually. Martha told me yesterday that we'll not be able to get all this in before 12, and she was correct. So Martha's an assistant professor at AVC and specializes, she's a theriogenologist, works for the ambulatory equine, but with her specialty is reproductive, and she sits on our our PEI Standardbred Breeders Association and is a great resource person. So welcome, Martha.
Thanks, Bruce. Thanks for the introduction. I wish I was there with you today. Instead, I'm in Pisket. We are Mount Stewart here at PEI. I'm on COVID isolation, but my family's all doing well. We're gonna be able to break free on Monday. But I've been really enjoying watching Dr. Stoughton and Dr. Best so far. And like I say, I wish I was with you there today. But this is the next best thing, right? That's what we've been saying for the last couple years. Virtual it's not quite as good as being in person, but it's the next best thing. What I'm going to talk to you about today is tips for getting your mare in foal. So I will start sharing my slides here. I think Julie has them up on the main screen, and I'm going to share them on the, I guess it might be the TV screens there that it's being shared as well. So on PEI, we have so many resources. You know, we have great hay for our haylage for our horses to eat. We have wonderful pastures for them. Great water, you know, PEI water. I've lived away for several years before coming back to PEI. And, you know, PEI water is one of the best waters that we have. But something that we don't have on PEI is a long breeding season. And I wish it was longer than it was. I wish we had more chances to get mares in foal, because that's what a longer breeding season would translate to, really. We don't want to have foals in February. You know, that's just too early. They're going to be in stalls for a long time before they can be out, you know, on the pasture. And then, you know, we don't really want June foals because they're just a little bit too late. So to try to have a bit longer breeding season, I really want to talk about light treatments to get your mares cycling earlier in the season. Now, I have up here on the slide that it takes 2 months for horses to be under lights before they start cycling. And, you know, the dates that I have up here is that if you started them on December 1st and then had them under lights for 60, 70 days, they would be up into the point of having normal cycles by the end of February. And what we're doing is kind of tricking the mare into thinking that winter's over, you know, we're into spring, and that she should start having nice normal cycles. You know, in the winter, most mares won't have normal cycles, and it takes a couple months for them to build up their hormones and have those normal cycles that we can breed on. So say you did start the lights in December, you had your mare cycling by the end of February. That doesn't mean you need to breed her by the end of February. You know, you can pick when you want to breed her if you have her cycling properly. So say you want to breed her in May, you want to have an April foal. Say she starts cycling before May, that's totally fine. Then you have the option of starting to breed her the beginning of May or the end of April, you know, whenever you decide that you want to do it, rather than most mares on PEI, if they're outside quite a bit and they're not exposed to a longer day length, they won't start cycling until the middle of May, maybe even the end of May, has been my experience. So if you want the option of starting to either check out your mare cycle or breeder when you want to in the spring, then light treatment is a really good option. It's not a complicated thing, you know, requires a little bit of setup, but it certainly isn't too intensive or high tech or anything like that. What you want to have is in your stall, you want to have the intensity of light so that you could read a newspaper. That's how bright it needs to be. So you should be able to easily read a newspaper, or you can download on your phone. There's lots of free apps out there that are light meters, and it gives you the intensity of light at the mare's eye. You want it to be around 100 lumens. So if you have a 100-watt light bulb in a 12 by 12 stall, it doesn't matter if it's incandescent or fluorescent, you know, the type of light doesn't really matter too much, then that would be enough light for her to think that the days are longer. That would do the trick. When you add the light is important. You do want to add it at the end of the day. That's been shown to be more effective to get mares to start cycling. If you add it after dusk, until about 11 p.m., just so you're up to that total for 16 hours. Now, a couple things about that. Say you don't want to put a timer on your lights and you just leave the lights on for 24 hours a day. That doesn't work as well. That 8-hour period of darkness is quite important to have in there as well. So what we're telling the mares to decrease their melatonin levels that they're secreting, and you do need that period of darkness to communicate that to their to the rest of their body. So that's important. Now, just practically, say you're not home at dusk. Say your horses, like say you work till 5, 6, 7, and you come home and it's dark and the horses were out in the field still, and you can't get them in the barn at dusk so that you have that uninterrupted 16 hours of light. Another option is to do a pulse of light, so an hour, 2 hours of light, 9 hours after the sun set. You can actually have the same effect of having that 16 hours of continuous light if you do it that way. So that's just another option. So you can either do 16 hours of light, 8 hours of darkness, or if for some reason you can't that doesn't work for your setup, you can let dusk happen naturally and then put the lights on a timer or turn the lights on around midnight. So 8 or 9 hours after the sun is set, have that pulse of light for an hour or two, and that will work just as well. So that's another option. Another thing is to do blue light in one eye for 5 hours. So from 4 p.m. till 11 p.m. after sunset. That does the same thing as having a light in your stall. And there's masks that will do that. They're called Equilume masks. And you could have your horses outside and just have these masks on. They look like fly masks, but they have a light, that blue light in one eye. And that will, again, trick the mare into thinking that it's springtime and she'll start cycling nice and early for you. So that's a little bit about light treatment. So why we want to have them under lights is so that they can start cycling early. And then say you have a barren mare, so a mare that wasn't in foal last year, or a maiden mare, one that's never bred before, you can start working on these mares a little bit earlier to get them in foal for that year. And with a barren mare, it is really important to get her history. Why is she not in foal? Why doesn't she have a foal by her side this year? Maybe she just had some bad luck. Maybe you were ordering semen from Ontario, or the previous person was ordering in semen and there was a shipping delay, or something just happened with timing, or maybe she had a late foal the previous year and it just bad luck. She wasn't able to get in foal. So it's really kind of important to get this information because maybe it was more than just bad luck. Maybe she doesn't have a nice normal cycle. She doesn't cycle every 21 or 22 days like mares should if they're having textbook cycles. So if we kind of have that information before you get started with her, okay, maybe I need to check her with ultrasound, get my vet out to check her more regularly, or every 2 or 3 days, so that we'll be there at just the right time to breed her, because that is so much of what breeding is getting the insemination to happen at just the right time. So, if you know that she doesn't have a good cycle, you can check her more often, or maybe she needs to be on a hormone protocol to get her so that she comes into heat when you expect her to and you're ready to breed her. Maybe she wasn't in foal the previous year because she had a uterine infection, and that should show up on the ultrasound exam. You maybe see fluid in her uterus, and you could kind of go from there and treat that uterine infection. So once you've gotten, this history from your barren mare, then it's great if you can check her early, maybe a cycle before you're planning on breeding her, and see, does she need a Caslix? So that's a really minor surgery that we can perform on a mare that maybe has had a few foals, she's getting a little bit of age on her, and doesn't have the best conformation under her tail, or her vulva and perineal conformation isn't exactly what you'd like. We can do a minor surgery to correct that. If we do an early check on her, we can say, okay, yes, she has started cycling. You can kind of start planning when you're going to breed her, or maybe she hasn't started having normal cycles yet. Still have to wait for her to figure out that it's summertime and that she's going to start having normal cycles, and then check for any signs of a uterine infection that maybe that needs to be treated before we go ahead and try to breed her. Now, if you're breeding a foaling mare, the decision's a little bit different. Rather than, you still would want to get history on her like you would for a barren mare, and you'd still want to check her, prior to breeding her. But the bigger decision is, are we going to breed her on a foal heat, or do we want to wait for that next heat cycle? A lot of times it's called the 30-day heat, because it'll happen about a month or so after the mare is foaled. So the foal heat is that first cycle that a mare has after having a foal. And it's pretty incredible, really, that within 10 days of having a 100-pound foal and another 100 pounds of fluid in their uterus, 10 days later, they're ready to be bred again. It's a pretty amazing thing that horses can do. Just like Dr. Stoughton was talking about them being precocious and being able to stand up within an hour or so, that they can actually, that's pretty amazing that they're standing up an hour after they're born. Another thing that's amazing with mares is that they can be ready to be bred back again 10 days after they foaled. Now, it's not quite as good, this first foal heat, in terms of being able to carry a pregnancy, because the uterus is still repairing itself, it's still contracting down and coming down to a more normal size. So it will be about a 20% lower conception rate than if you did wait until her next cycle. But that depends on the age of the mare, how many foals she's had before, and younger mares are much more able to carry a foal that's been conceived on the foal heat than an older mare. And it normally happens around, like I say, 8 or 10 days after foaling. And I would typically only recommend breeding on a foal heat if she didn't have too many problems when she was foaling. So as Dr. Stoughton and Dr. Best were saying, you do want them to pass their placenta by 3 hours post-foaling. So it'd be best, if you're going to breed her on foal heat, that happened normally. She didn't retain it. The placenta wasn't there 24 hours after she's foaled or anything. And that her labor, it was a normal period of time as well. So it was in that 20 to 40 minutes of that's normal for active labor, that it didn't take longer than that for her to have a foal as well. So you want things to have gone pretty routinely for the foaling before you decide to breed back on your foal heat. But what if they didn't? What if she doesn't look like it's the best thing to do and go ahead and breed her on her foal heat? Ideally, what you can do is track her through that foal heat, see which day that she ovulates, and then 5 days later, you could administer a prostaglandin, and I'll talk about that a bit on the next slide. So it can be Lutalize or Estromate. You're going to give her that medication 5 days after she's ovulated, and that's going to induce her to come back into heat. And she can come back into heat a bit earlier than that 30-day heat, normally about a week earlier, if you give them a prostaglandin injection. So if you decide to do this, you're not going to breed her on her full heat, but you're going to bring her in a bit earlier than that 30-day heat. It's normally around 3 weeks after she's foaled. Then that heat cycle will have improved fertility than from the full heat breeding. So that's something that you can do to try to increase your odds of getting her back in foal in a timely manner, so that you have a timely foal for the following year as well. Just going to talk quickly about a couple hormonal treatments that you can use for inbreeding your mare. And one of them is Deserelin. And this is an injection. It's just, normally you would just do it once during the mare cycle when she's in a really good heat. So, she's showing signs that she's in heat. You have your vet have a look at her and says that she's in heat, she has a follicle, she's got edema in her uterus. If you give them this injection, it can make them ovulate around 40 hours after the injection. And the idea behind that is that you can then time when you're going to inseminate her really close to the time of ovulation, which is ideal for conception. That insemination, just a single insemination, right before she ovulates, is really the best way to go in terms of not having, have to breed her multiple times, making sure that you have nice, active sperm in her oviducts when she does go ahead and and ovulate. So there's an awful lot of things we can't control with horses. And if you can control with this medication, with Deserelin, when they're going to ovulate, then we're going to take it. We're going to use it, that little bit of control over their cycle. Now, it's not perfect. You do still want to do an ovulation check on them. And I really like the videos with that you're going to see this afternoon from Troonbrook Farms and Jenna McNiven and her breeding practices. I really agree with checking mares for ovulation after you've bred them. So, the use of Deserelin can help get them to ovulate at the right time frame, but they're still horses. They may not ovulate when you planned that they're going to, and still do that ovulation check on them. I just wanted to add, we did a little study at ABC in last summer, and it looked at our breeding records. So of over 1,000 cycles that we've followed through over the last 9 years, and using this medication, using Deserelin, did actually improve our conception rate. Now, I'm not saying that this changes the quality of the egg that's ovulated. It doesn't change the quality of the semen that you're putting in the mare, anything like that. It just helps with the timing, which is everything in reproduction, that timing of insemination versus ovulation. So I'm a big fan of this drug. It's not an expensive thing to do. And you do have to give it at the right time, but it can be really helpful in terms of planning your breeding. Now, another medication that's used pretty commonly is prostaglandin or hot shot. The brand names are Estermate and Lutalize are up there on the screen. And what that can do, if given at the right time, so more than 5 days since the mare is last ovulated, it will bring them into heat typically about 3 to 5 days after the injection. And what that does is it helps you control the timing of when the mare is coming into heat. So maybe you can get her so that she'll be in heat kind of in the beginning of the week, so that if you're ordering in semen, you have that whole week to work with for shipping, and then you're not backed up against a weekend. So it is a really valuable tool, and just want you to be aware of it, and so that you're comfortable using it. Okay, so those are just a few really quick tips on how to get your mare in foal. Certainly like to help with any questions that you might have about this, or to the Dr. Stoughton or Dr. Best as well.
Any questions, folks, for Dr. Mellish or for Davey or for Ben? So there's a lot there, for sure. You don't want to leave and say, I wish they had talked about this, because this is what we're here for. Ask them anything.
It brings them into heat if they haven't been in heat. I'm wondering about this hot shot, that it's supposed to bring them into heat even if they haven't had a heat cycle before?
They need to be cycling for it to work. Yeah, yeah. So they have to have a CL. They have to be able to, have ovulated, have a CL for the hot shot to bring them into heat. So it doesn't work early in the season if they're not cycling. Yeah.
Well, I can tell you what happened to me one time with a mare.
Yeah.
Out in the field with a 10-month-old stud colt. He actually bred her, and I phoned the veterinarian, Dr. Moore, and he said, come on over, Tom, and I'll give you a shot, I guess this hot shot, and it was for abortion. It aborted, and she came in 4 days and got a foal.
There.
That's a long time
ago. It does
ago.
that as well. Yeah, it does that as well. It, it'll abort them as well. So you just want to use it in mares that aren't in foal, that you want to.
Well, we didn't want a foal from that colt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Definitely not. Okay, thanks.
Do you recommend giving oxytocin after a mare foals if you're planning to breed her on her foal heat, just to kind of help clean out the uterus a bit? Or do you not give that? Do you only give that if there's cause to? Is there any harm in giving it to a mare after she foals?
I wouldn't say there's any harm to it. You know, sometimes they can be crampy from the oxytocin, so that's the thing to watch for. You know, you give them a shot, it works pretty quickly, you know, within 10 minutes if they're going to be crampy, and by that they can lie down, they can be rolling. Then I would decrease the dose that I would give them. So rather than giving them a full mil, you know, you come back down to a half a mil. But there's not really a downside to it in my books as long as they don't mind it, as long as they're not painful from it. Something that can really help too in terms of cleaning up their uterus after they fold out is get them outside and get them moving around, you know, because they're going to be contracting their belly when they're moving around, and that's going to help contract their uterus and get everything kind of pushed out as well. And if you have a good vigorous foal nursing, that's going to cause them to secrete oxytocin too and get their uterus smaller. But I think it's a good practice to give them oxytocin and help them, you know, just get their uterus smaller and more able to conceive after they fold. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and breeding a mare, what are the pros and cons of fresh semen as opposed to frozen semen?
There's lots to consider if you're, you know, deciding between fresh and frozen semen. A lot of that is stallion dependent in terms of how successful you're going to be. So some horses' frozen semen, like for like Steelhead Hanover is one that comes to mind. He had, you know, exceptional fresh semen and then exceptional frozen semen, and you know there was a lot of foals born as a result of it, right? So the thing to keep in mind is it depends on the stallion how successful you're going to be in terms of getting the mare and foal if you decide to go with frozen semen. And then with frozen semen, you do need more vet checks to go along with it as well, because you have to breed them really close to ovulation. You can either breed them in the 6-hour period after they've ovulated, or you can use 2 doses of frozen semen. You can breed before and after ovulation. So that would be 2 breedings kind of in a 24-hour period. So it's more intensive to breed mares with frozen semen. It's definitely possible. You know, we offer that service at the college if you bring the mares in. Pretty sure Davey will breed mares on the farm as well, or with frozen semen. You just have to be prepared to see us coming down the driveway a lot more often if you're going to use frozen semen compared to fresh or ship cooled semen.
What's a good question to ask a stallion owner?
I think the best question to ask them is how many mares get in foal on the first try with the stallion semen. So not at the end of the season when, you know, maybe you've tried for 3 or 4 cycles. You know, some people will ask what the motility of the semen is, and I think that's valuable to know it. But what you see under a microscope, what the semen looks like in terms of how well it's, you know, wiggling, how many of the spermatozoa are moving, like that's all good information. But what really matters is, you know, if you breed 10 mares, are you going to have 7 of them in foal, or are you going to have 2 of them in foal after 1 cycle? That's what I would ask.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think that pretty well wraps us up unless somebody has any questions. One thing, I will ask one other thing since we're in the mare acquisition business, or our industry is, and Breeders Group and the Industry Association with the acquisition program, and there's been quite a few mares come to PEI in the last few years. What should we be looking for in a mare's reproduction history? Is there an age to that? And also, what should we be looking for? What questions should we be asking the seller as far as making sure we're getting a good sound mare for reproduction?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so good questions would be, have there been gaps between her having foals or not? What does she run into? Has she had uterine infections? Has she had, does she get a Caslix every year? How, what's she like as a mother is also a good point too. There's plenty of questions you can ask, but a thorough reproductive history is fantastic. If you can get that. The past several years can tell a large story, and yes, your age comes into it as well. If cysts in the uterus, that kind of thing. But if you can get a great history, that's very nice.
And can I add one thing there? I'm not a repro guy, but I almost think of it like buying a used car. Buyer beware. If you can get a good history on the car about all the stuff it's had fixed up, then you have a little less risk of it breaking down on you right after you buy it. So I think of the same thing about mares. If you can get the story of what they've done in the past, then you have a bit better chance of predicting what to expect. So.
You might be well off to check with the veterinarian who's looking after it.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
The history is so important.
Do you have anything to add to that, Martha?
Yeah, just that's what you want to find out, if how many foals has she had, how many years has she been bred, so you can do your math there, is she getting foal every year, or is it every other year, or every third year? You might want to steer away from that if it was every third year. I think if they're younger than 12 or 14 is really what you'd be looking for. Once you get past 14, then it's just gonna get harder to get them in foal. Do they need to be on Regimate? Is that something that's in their history? Just how productive they've been. That's the biggest thing. How many foals have they had out of how many years that they've been trying to breed them?
One quick more question that I think is practical. Vaccination, when you buy a mare in December or January or February and she's due in April, is without that vaccination, her vaccination history, that if it didn't come with her, would you vaccinate that mare or would you leave it alone?
I would say, if it's so you're talking about the pneumobort vaccine, for example, if it's a killed vaccine as opposed to modified live, it's generally safer, I would say. So if you have absolutely no vaccine history or anything like that, I mean, first thing, if the mare's coming in, you're probably going to want to quarantine her as well. But I think those vaccines are still fairly safe. Like I would still probably vaccinate her. I know some people might steer away from that, but I've asked a few vets the same question, and most of them would prefer to have a vaccinated mare have some immunity over a non-vaccinated mare. So especially if she's going to start mixing into the population.
Anything to add, Martha?
I would agree. Maybe you give her a little bit of time to settle in, make sure she's not going to get shipping fever or something like that. So you're vaccinating her in the middle of that. But I would agree. You'd want to get her pneumoborts and then do her pre-foaling vaccines 3 to 6 weeks before she foals.
And I think what you mentioned, Davey, the isolation when you bring those mares in, they're coming in from who knows where and been on a truck and on and off in different places. I think the isolation part, especially with the history we've had here over the last couple of years, I think extremely important. Any other questions before we break for lunch? If not, I'd just like to, lunch will be across it would normally be. I do want to thank our sponsors, JD Marine, that's Cam McPhee's business. Cam's been, he's on our breeders group, he's been a great supporter of the industry. And it's Cam's birthday today. I see him sticking around with Crown Corner over there. I think we're all invited over. Sam's having a birthday party. I think all of us are invited to a birthday party around 3. A couple of drug companies, Merck and Zoetis. Thank you for their sponsorship, and of course Atlantic Post Calls as well. The government of PEI, the Harness Racing Industry Association, I just, in case I forget at the end of the day, I do want to thank Julie and Kent for all the work they've put into planning this event. Cam was on the committee. Peter McPhee, definitely great big asset to us here, and so thank them in case I forget at the end of the day. So Ben and Davey, Martha, thanks for all your knowledge. We're so lucky in PEI to have a great resources of not just these three, but we have tremendous vets from east to west, and just make sure we use them. They're a great resource for you as you. And I always say when a vet comes to check your mare, don't have the hired hand there. That's a great time to be talking. They have their arm in the mare to be asking about worming or anything you want to know. You got them for 15 minutes. Just drill them all the time. Thank you. Let's go for lunch, and we'll come back, and Julia give her presentation, and the Twin Brook virtual tour, and our owner-trainer panel. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt everyone. So we're going to head over for lunch. Lunch will be from 12:30 to 1:15, and then we'll meet everyone back in here. During that time, our online guests can enjoy our Maritime Stallion Showcase as well as our Atlanta Classic Sale promotional video. If you are watching online and you do have some questions you'd like answered, we'd just like to remind you that you can email harnessracingpei@gmail.com, and the moderators will be more than happy to give our panelists the questions to answer for you. Thank you, and see you back at 1:15.
Here's number 36. It's a gelding by Arthur Blue Chip, Woodmere Expedia.
$69,000, $69,000 and I've sold $68,000, $68,000, thank you.
So here's a mare that puts 2-year-old trotters on the racetrack, and she puts them in the winner's circle. 72, Dusty Lane Tucker.
37, and I have sold them 35,000.
So the dam puts them on the racetrack and gives them 2-year-old record. Here's number 44, Red Dirt Flash.
$46,000, $46,000 and I've sold 45,000, C10, 45,000, thank you.
Thank you all for being part of the greatest Atlantic Classic sale of all time.
From third is 3 of clubs and launched off cover now as they come into the stretches. Karachi Hanover 3/4 in 124 and 2, and it's Arthur Blue Chip asked to dig in at the rail inside, trying to find a way through there. That's 3 of clubs outside third. Luck Be With You rolling late on the far outside is Beat the Drum, but it's Arthur Blue Chip still there. He's a length and a half in front, a 16th to go. Arthur Blue Chip wins the first division of the Nassagaweya Stakes. Very tight for second. Boom Boom Valley Keel shot through late to get there with 3 of clubs in 152.
To the far outside, and then cautious signs, Framed Art showing some late interest on the far outside. Dr. Butch getting tested tonight. Dr. Butch in front. Toward the inside is Bet the Moon. Bet the Moon, Dr. Butch, far outside, Ronnie Bugatti, deep stretch. Bet the Moon, Dr. Butch, tenacious. Bet the Moon. Dr. Butch and Ronnie Bugatti, 155 and 2.
Major Homer, 3 of clubs, late speed on the far outside from Boom Boom Ballykiel, who's rushing up fast for Filion, but it's Ideal Jet who's still there, 4 lengths in front with a 16th of a mile of racetrack to cover. Boom Boom Ballykiel's bearing down and coming on, and here's Boom Boom Ballykiel to get up in time to win. Boom Boom Ballykiel over a late surging Let's Rock Together. Ideal Jet, his wheels wobbled late in 149 and 3. At the rail, but it's not there for Miramont Man. Rolling up from the backfield on the far outside comes Czar Sealster. And it's Czar Sealster at 20-1 coming on. Silver Eagle back in second. Czar Sealster to win from off the speed. It is Czar Sealster again. 3 across in the battle for second, third, and fourth spots. The mile 151.
It's El Rocket, who's led every step of the way. El Rocket by 2.5, hand-driven through the lane. Crazy About Pat on the outside of Modest Prince, but coming down to the line. And El Rocket goes wire to wire, much the best. Crazy About Pat from Modest Prince. I Am Wide Awake was fourth, 155 and 1.
3 wide as they turn for home into the stretch drive. 122 and 4/5. Force 3 wide was Fearless Diablo coming after Arambas. On the attack is Lonesome Attack on the outside. Fearless Diablo forced wide on the far outside. Better's Reward coming. Home Again Dragon with room at the rail. Fearless Diablo looking for the upset. Better's Reward. Fearless Diablo. Better's Reward. Then Sapphire City and Home Again Dragon. Fearless Diablo at 9-1 and 150 and 2.
Like we got a good one as they make the turn for home. Candyman leads the way, but on the outside here goes Flameproof Hanover as they've reached the stretch. Flameproof Hanover now taking over. Late charge in between horses from Rock Me Roll Me on the outside. Flameproof Hanover on the inside. Rock Me Roll Me. It's Flameproof Hanover in front.
At 3/4, it's Major Bets in 121 and 3. Some sharp fractions here from Major Bets now, and he's under urging. Captain Barbosa right there with dead aim. Force and Fury on the outside. In heavy traffic is Ideal Perception as CF Life looks to rally, but now it's Force and Fury and Victor Kirby. Force and Fury drawing clear. Force and Fury. Then CF Life, Major Bets, and Captain Barbosa, 150 and 2.
Immaculate, those getting tired. Eagle on it's driving in. Immaculate's going to hang on. 1-4-6 unofficial in 153 and 4/5.
Symmetry here by Legion of Honor, who leads by 2.5 lengths. London Hanover not threatening. To the outside now, Guardino trying to make a belated move. Bosch follows him up second over.
Top of the stretch, Legion of Honor on top by 5 lengths. On the outside comes Guardino with Bosch kicking off that cover. Legion of Honor now just has to say flat, and Andrew McCarthy and he will be winners. Legion of Honor going to get that maiden victory, just his second career start. He wins it by 5. Guardino a long shot second, Bosch third, Winning Habit shook free for fourth. The Legion of Honor gets the victory in 157 flat.
22-2 into the stretch they come, doing time together. Mock of Ballykeel outside, Ramagate Bruiser there from in third, in behind Horses now and up off some cover. Here from the backfield comes Pontiac Luck. Jackets Required as dove to the inside now from in fifth. A deep stretch lead for Mock of Ballykeel and Philion. Mock of Ballykeel clear by a pair. This one goes to Mock of Ballykeel. Doing time together second, Jackets Required third. Fourth best was Pontiac Luck.
By 2 on Lions Jeff, and then still holding third is Gothic Crusader. Malicious into the stretch drive is asked to come up to the wire. He could be on the clock. The 3-year-old Colt pace track record is 155. There's the finish for Malicious. Lions Jeff second, Gothic Crusader third, 153-2. You've just witnessed the all-time fastest race, not only by a 3-year-old, but of any horse ever in almost 50 years of history of harness racing at Hanover Raceway. What an effort by Malicious, obliterating track records all over the place by Malicious.
Three quarters, 121 and 226 and 2. Hung up on the backstretch by Mad American. His lead down to 2 as McCarthy now urging on the lunch pail, is getting a little bit closer. Further back to Caviar Luca third. Top of the stretch, Mad American still by about a length and 3/4. The lunch pail inching up now, far outside. Don't Mess with the Best is closing. Mad American has a bit of a margin still to work with though, and Mad American going to hold on this week after coughing it up late last time. Wins by 3 parts of a length. The lunch pail second, Don't Mess with the Best third, and Caviar Luca fourth. It's Mad American and George Knapp in 149 and 4.
26 and 3. They've got a shot at the track record here. Homeward bound they come. Mile Hill Willie the leader. Hop up is there. Glider Man on the outside third. Deep in the stretch they come. Mile Hill Willie up against the clock. It's Mile Hill Willie and Berrio. Hop up was second. Glider Man will finish third. Time for the mile. It equals the track record. 156-3.
My man, Charlie, what a trip he's gone to 3/4. He's opened up by 2.5 lengths coming into the stretch. Back into second at the inside, Bay of Sharks. McNair tries to get him to re-rally. Here comes a pylon skimming Fantatty. Anderlecht is out for the drive. Way out wide as I'm feeling good. But it is my man, Charlie, who threw down man-sized fractions here tonight. He's opened up by 4 in deep stretch, and it is my man, Charlie, with an eye-catching score. He'll win this one by 3. A late closing Monte Cristo second. I'm feeling good was third. 151 for my man, Charlie.
Takes over fourth inside. Top of the stretch here. It's Peng Shui clinging to that lead and now extending to about 2. On the outside, Lap Hanover is all out, getting closer here. Peng Shui looking for the line. Lap Hanover lunches. Peng Shui hangs on by about a neck for the win. Lap Hanover gave it a go second. Dry Gulch third. It's Peng Shui cashing in here in 151 flat.
25 and 1. Proven Lover has put away Wild Dragon. He must now deal with the pocket sitting Lulu's Boy. They head off the top turn and straighten out for the stretch drive. It's Proven Lover. Lulu's Boy has a shot, but Proven Lover holding by a length and a half. It's all Proven Lover in the Exhibition Cup. Lulu's Boy second, and All Terrain will get up for third.
stride, feel like a fool. 3/4, 122, 27-1 backside, less than an 8 to go. Roadside Delight brings him into the stretch. Roll with it, Harry on the outside. Into the lightning lane comes winking at you. Outside Odysseus Blue Chip and Hug a Dragon to the wire. Roll with it, Harry!
They're off 3/4 of 125 and 1, 28 and 4 in the third. Shanghai Phil down the stretch in the second. 2004 Breeders' Crown elimination. The 2-year-old Colt Pacers are in the lane. Shanghai Phil parked past the quarter. LaChance offers only minimal line urging. Shanghai Phil, a devastating winner in his Breeders' Crown elimination to Rock and Roll Hanover. Roddy's Bags again up on the outside was third. 11 a.m. was fourth. Close for fifth. Philosopher King may have got Beretta Hall in 153 and 1. Shanghai Phil was brilliant.
Rocky's Ideal Jet, Midget Van Gogh is out 3 wide but trailing. It is still Silver Hill Shadow, 125 and 1 for 3/4. Prince Clyde to the outside. It's strong. Silver Hill Shadow takes them to the top of the stretch. Now leads by 2 1/4. 3 of clubs to the inside looking to grab second from Prince Clyde. And then fourth is Victor by Emma. On down the stretch drive they come. Silver Hill Shadow now leads by 2 1/4 and is going to take race number 8, the third gold division. 3 of clubs second. Grabbing third, Victor by Emma. Prince Clyde was fourth, 153 and 2.
Behind trailing the field is Dancing Hill. 3/4 on the board. 121 and 2. 28 seconds on the turn. And Somewhere Fancy turns for home and leads it by 3. It's Somewhere Fancy for Tetrick, who's on top with a commanding lead. Masish is trying to track him down on the outside. And Kaylee's Shake and Bake is coming with his late rally on the far outside. Somewhere Fancy in front. Kaylee's Shake and Bake is coming on. Somewhere Fancy looking for the line. Kaylee's Shake and Bake. One last surge. Somewhere Fancy held on to win. Haley's Shake and Bake second. Masish was third, and You Bet Your Glass fourth in 149 and 2.
On the final turn, Source of Pride trying to see this through. Trackmaster D every chance, and so too does Old Time Hockey. At the top of the stretch, Source of Pride put up robust fractions. He's still in front by a length and a half, too. Trackmaster D did not go on. On the outside, Old Time Hockey is posing in as time runs out, and time is up. Source of Pride. All the way from Old Time Hockey and Trackmaster D, 150 and 4.
It's all Stonebridge Terror and Jameson. They're absolutely destroying them here. Price's Edition is second. Up the inside, PH Tornado's coming on. Trial number 3 goes to Stonebridge Terror. Second is Priceless Edition. PH Tornado come up the inside to be third. 152 and 4.
123 to 3/4. And the Rev, the one they've got to catch, he's on top by 3. Here comes Vancourt back out for more. He's closing. It's the Rev with the lead, but Vancourt's taking over second, and he's getting closer with every stride. It's the Rev. Vancourt now ducking to the inside. Here comes the wire. The Rev trying to hold on. Vancourt, the Rev holds on by half a length. Vancourt second. Bottom Reflection goes a big trip for third. Piston broke fourth in 150 and 2.
Pinned in with paces, Cowboy Terrier. Comet Book Hero sputtering in fourth. Urgent Action toward the inside fifth. And then up and out. And Knights I Can't Remember into the stretch. Tobago Keys in front, giving I Like It Real Hot the slip now. Tobago Keys by 3.5. I Like It Real Hot can do no better than second here. Tobago Keys, much the best. I Like It Real Hot from Cowboy Terrier and Urgent Action, 152.
Brushes right by them all. In fact, he went by them all like they were standing still. To the front came Ultimate Luck, and Ultimate Luck is opened up by 3. He's at 3/4, and he's all by himself in 124. coming on for second on the outside, Bazilla. The backfield gets active now. Muscles from Brussels closing up and way outside. Here comes Mock Wheel, diving behind horses with pace, a stolen car. A deep stretch lead for Ultimate Luck. Here on the far outside comes Mock Wheel, chasing that one late. Still there with a short lead is Ultimate Luck at the inside, and it's going to be Ultimate Luck. Ultimate Luck holding on to win it by a length and a half. Closing second was Mock Wheel. Muscles from Brussels third. Bazilla fourth in 1:51 and 1.
Here's number 36. It's a gelding by Arthur Blue Chip, Woodmere Expedia.
69,000, 69,000, 69,000, $69,000 and odd. Sold $68,000, 68,000. Thank you.
So here's a mare that puts 2-year-old trotters on the racetrack, and she puts them in the winner's circle. 72, Dusty Lane Tucker.
37, and I have sold them 35,000.
So the dam puts them on the racetrack and gives them 2-year-old record. Here's number 44, Red Dirt Flies.
$46,000 and odd. Sold $45,000, C10, $45,000. Thank you.
Thank you all for being part of the greatest Atlantic Classic sale of all time.
From third is Three of Clubs and launched off cover now as they come into the stretches. Karachi Hanover 3/4 in 1:24 and 2, and it's Arthur Blue Chip asked to dig in at the rail inside, trying to find a way through there. That's Three of Clubs outside third. Luck Be With You rolling late on the far outside is Beat the Drum, but it's Arthur Blue Chip still there. He's a length and a half in front, a 16th to go. Arthur Blue Chip wins the first division of the Nassagaweya Stakes. Very tight for second. Boom Boom Ballykeel shot through late to get there with Three of Clubs in 1:52.
To the far outside, and then cautious signs, Framed Art showing some late interest on the far outside. Dr. Butch getting tested tonight. Dr. Butch in front. Toward the inside is Bet the Moon. Bet the Moon, Dr. Butch. Far outside, Ronnie Bugatti. Deep stretch. Bet the Moon, Dr. Butch tenacious. Bet the Moon. Dr. Butch and Ronnie Bugatti. 1:55 and 2.
Major Homer, Three of Clubs, late speed on the far outside from Boom Boom Ballykeel, who's rushing up fast for Filion, but it's Ideal Jet who's still there, 4 lengths in front with a 16th of a mile of racetrack to cover. Boom Boom Ballykeel's bearing down and coming on, and here's Boom Boom Ballykeel to get up in time to win. Boom Boom Ballykeel over a late surging Let's Rock Together. Ideal Jet, his wheels wobbled late in 1:49 and 3. At the rail, but it's not there for Miramont Man. Rolling up from the backfield on the far outside comes Czar Sealster, and it's Czar Sealster at 20-1 coming on. Silver Eagle back in second. Czar Sealster to win from off the speed. It is Czar Sealster again. 3 across in the battle for second, third, and fourth spots. The mile 1:51.
It's El Rocket, who's led every step of the way. El Rocket by 2.5, hand-driven through the lane. Crazy About Pat on the outside of Modest Prince, but coming down to the line. And El Rocket goes wire to wire, much the best. Crazy About Pat from Modest Prince. I Am Wide Awake was for it. 1:55 and 1.
3 wide as they turn for home into the stretch drive. 1:22 and 4/5. Force 3 wide was Fearless Diablo coming after Rhombus. On the attack is Lonesome Attack on the outside. Fearless Diablo, Forest Wad on the far outside. Better's Reward coming. Home Again Dragon with room at the rail. Fearless Diablo looking for the upset. Better's Reward. Fearless Diablo. Better's Reward. Then Sapphire City and Home Again Dragon. Fearless Diablo at 9-1 and 150-2.
Looks like we got a good one as they make the turn for home. Candyman leads the way, but on the outside here goes Flameproof Hanover as they've reached the stretch. Flameproof Hanover now taking over. Late charge in between horses from Rock Me Roll Me on the outside. Flameproof Hanover on the inside. Rock Me Roll Me. It's Flameproof Hanover in front.
And 3/4, it's Major Bets in 1, 21, and 3. Some sharp fractions here from Major Bets now, and he's under urging. Captain Barbosa right there with dead aim. Force and Fury on the outside. In heavy traffic is Ideal Perception as CF Life looks to rally, but now it's Force and Fury and Victor Kirby. Force and Fury drawing clear. Force and Fury. Then CF Life, Major Bets, and Captain Barbosa, 150-2.
Turn for home, it's Immaculate. Immaculate, Risky Rich in the pocket. Way of Wine, Phil Lucky. In between them, Eagle on it down to the wire. Immaculate is staying game. Immaculate, though, is getting tired. Eagle on it's driving in. Immaculate's going to hang on. 1-4-6 unofficial in 153 and 4/5.
Symmetry here by Legion of Honor, who leads by 2.5 lengths. London Hanover not threatening. To the outside now, Guardino trying to make a belated move. Bosch follows him up second over. Top of the stretch, Legion of Honor on top by 5 lengths. On the outside comes Guardino with Bosch kicking off that cover. Legion of Honor now just has to stay flat, and Andrew McCarthy and he will be winners. Legion of Honor going to get that maiden victory, just his second career start. He wins it by 5. Guardino a long shot second, Bosch third, Winning Habit shook free for fourth. The Legion of Honor gets the victory in 157 flat.
22-2 into the stretch they come, doing time together. Mock of Ballykeel outside, Ramagate Bruiser there from in third, in behind horses now and up off some cover. Here from the backfield comes Pontiac Luck. Jackets Required is dove to the inside now from in fifth. A deep stretch lead for Mock of Ballykeel and Philion. Mock of Ballykeel clear by a pair. This one goes to Mock of Ballykeel. Doing time together second, Jackets Required third. Fourth best was Pontiac Luck.
By 2 on Lions Jeff, and then still holding third is Gothic Crusader. Malicious into the stretch drive is asked to come up to the wire. He could be on the clock. The 3-year-old Colt Pace track record is 155. There's the finish for Malicious. Lions Jeff second, Gothic Crusader third, 153-2. You've just witnessed the all-time fastest race, not only by a 3-year-old, but of any horse ever in almost 50 years of history of harness racing at Hanover Raceway. What an effort by Malicious, obliterating track records all over the place by Malicious.
Three-quarters, 121 and 226 and 2. Hung up on the backstretch by Mad American. His lead down to 2 as McCarthy now urging on the lunch pails, getting a little bit closer. Further back to Caviar Luca third. Top of the stretch, Mad American still by about a length and 3/4. The lunch pail inching up now, far outside. Don't Mess with the Best is closing. Mad American has a bit of a margin still to work with though, and Mad American going to hold on this week after coughing it up late last time. Wins by 3 parts of a length. The lunch pail second, Don't Mess with the Best third, and Caviar Luca fourth. It's Mad American and George Knapp in 149 and 4.
26 and 3. They've got a shot at the track record here. Homeward bound they come. Mile Hill Willie the leader. Hop up is there. Glider Man on the outside third. Deep in the stretch they come. Mile Hill Willie up against the clock. It's Mile Hill Willie and Berrio. Hop up was second. Glider Man will finish third. Time for the mile. It equals the track record. 1:56.3.
My man, Charlie, what a trip he's gone to 3/4. He's opened up by 2.5 lengths coming into the stretch. Back into second at the inside. Bay of Sharks. McNair tries to get him to re-rally. Here comes a pylon skimming Fantatty. Anderlecht is out for the drive. Way out wide as I'm feeling good. But it is my man, Charlie, who threw down man-sized fractions here tonight. He's opened up by 4 in deep stretch, and it is my man, Charlie, with an eye-catching score. He'll win this one by 3. A late closing Monte Cristo second. I'm feeling good was third. 1:51 for my man, Charlie.
Takes over fourth inside. Top of the stretch here. It's Peng Shui clinging to that lead and now extending to about 2. On the outside, lap Hanover is all out, getting closer here. Peng Shui looking for the line. Lap Hanover lunges. Peng Shui hangs on by about a neck for the win. Lap Hanover gave it a go second. Dry Gulch third. It's Peng Shui cashing in here in 1:51 flat. 25-1. Proven Lover has put away Wild Dragon. He must now deal with the pocket sitting Lulu's Boy. They head off the top turn and straighten out for the stretch drive. It's Proven Lover. Lulu's Boy has a shot, but Proven Lover holding by a length and a half. It's all Proven Lover in the Exhibition Cup. Lulu's Boy second, and All Terrain will get up for third.
Off stride, feel like a fool. 3/4, 122. 27-1 backside. Less than an 8 to go. Roadside Delight brings him into the stretch. Roll with it, Harry on the outside. Into the lightning lane. Comes winking at you. Outside Odysseus Blue Chip and Hug a Dragon to the wire. Roll with it, Harry!
They're off 3/4 of 125-1, 28-4 in the third. Shanghai Phil down the stretch in the second. 2004 Breeders' Crown elimination. The 2-year-old Colt Pacers are in the lane. Shanghai Phil parked past the quarter. LaChance offers only minimal line urging. Shanghai Phil, a devastating winner in his Breeders' Crown elimination to Rock and Roll Hanover. Roddy's Bags again up on the outside was third. 11 a.m. was fourth. Close for fifth. Philosopher King may have got Beretta Hall in 1:53-1. Shanghai Phil was brilliant.
His ideal jet, Midget Van Gogh, is out 3 wide but trailing. It is still Silver Hill Shadow, 125-1 for 3/4. Prince Clyde to the outside. It's strong. Silver Hill Shadow takes them to the top of the stretch. Now leads by 2 1/4. 3 of clubs to the inside, looking to grab second from Prince Clyde. And then fourth is Victor by Emma. On down the stretch drive they come. Silver Hill Shadow now leads by 2 1/4 and is going to take race number 8, the third gold division. 3 of clubs second. Grabbing third, Victor by Emma. Prince Clyde was fourth, 1:53-2.
Far behind, trailing the field is Danson Hill. 3/4 on the board. 1:21-2. 28 seconds on the turn, and Somewhere Fancy turns for home and leads it by 3. It's Somewhere Fancy for Tetrick, who's on top with a commanding lead. Masish is trying to track him down on the outside, and Kaylee's Shake and Bake is coming with his late rally on the far outside. Somewhere Fancy in front. Kaylee's Shake and Bake is coming on. Somewhere Fancy looking for the line. Kaylee's Shake and Bake. One last surge. Somewhere Fancy held on to win. Kaylee's Shake and Bake second. Masish was third, and You Bet Your Glass fourth in 1:49-2.
On the final turn, Source of Pride trying to see this through. Trackmaster D every chance, and so too does Old Time Hockey. At the top of the stretch, Source of Pride put up robust fractions. He's still in front by a length and a half, too. Trackmaster D did not go on. On the outside, Old Time Hockey is posing in as time runs out, and time is up. Source of Pride. All the way from Old Time Hockey and Trackmaster D, 150-4.
It's all Stonebridge Terror and Jameson. They're absolutely destroying them here. Price's Edition is second. Up the inside, PH Tornado's coming on. Trial number 3 goes to Stonebridge Terror. Second is Priceless Edition. PH Tornado come up the inside to be third. 152-4.
123 3/4, and the Rev, the one they've got to catch, he's on top by 3. Here comes Vancourt back out for more, and he's closing. It's the Rev with the lead, but Vancourt's taking over second, and he's getting closer with every stride. It's the Rev, Vancourt now ducking to the inside. Here comes the wire, the Rev trying to hold on. Vancourt, the Rev holds on by half a length. Vancourt second, Bottom Reflection goes a big trip for third. Piston broke fourth in 150-2.
Pinned in with paces, Cowboy Terrier. Comic Book Hero sputtering in fourth. Urgent Action toward the inside fifth. And then up and out. And Knights I Can't Remember into the stretch. Tobago Keys in front, giving I Like It Real Hot the slip now. Tobago Keys by 3.5. I Like It Real Hot. Can do no better than second here. Tobago Keys, much the best. I Like It Real Hot from Cowboy Terrier and Urgent Action, 152.
Fresh is right by them all. In fact, he went by them all like they were standing still. To the front came Ultimate Luck, and Ultimate Luck is opened up by 3. He's at 3/4, and he's all by himself in 124. Coming on for second on the outside, Bazilla. The backfield gets active now. Muscles from Brussels closing up and way outside. Here comes Mock Wheel, diving in behind horses with paces, Stolen Car. A deep stretch lead for Ultimate Luck. Here on the far outside comes Mock Wheel, chasing that one late. Still there with a short lead is Ultimate Luck at the inside, and it's going to be Ultimate Luck. Ultimate Luck holding on to win it by a length and a half. Closing second was Mock Wheel. Muscles from Brussels third. Bazilla fourth in 151-1.
Here's number 36. It's a gelding by Arthur Blue Chip, Woodmere Expedia.
69,000, 69,000, 69,000, 69,000 and odd. Sold $68,000, 68,000. Thank you.
So here's a mare that puts 2-year-old trotters on the racetrack, and she puts them in the winner's circle. 72, Dusty Lane Tucker.
37, and I have sold them 35,000.
So the dam puts them on the racetrack and gives them 2-year-old record. Here's number 44, Red Dirt Flash.
$46,000 and odd. Sold $45,000, C10, $45,000. Thank you.
Thank you all for being part of the greatest Atlantic Classic sale of all time.
From third is 3 of clubs and launched off cover now as they come into the stretches. Karachi Hanover 3/4 in 124-2, and it's Arthur Blue Chip asked to dig in at the rail. Inside trying to find a way through there. That's 3 of clubs. Outside third, Luck Be With You. Rolling late on the far outside is Beat the Drum, but it's Arthur Blue Chip still there. He's a length and a half in front, 16ths to go. Arthur Blue Chip wins the first division of the Nassagaweya Stakes. Very tight for second. Boom Boom Valley Keel shot through late to get there with 3 of clubs in 152.
To the far outside, and then cautious signs, Framed Art showing some late interest on the far outside. Dr. Butch getting tested tonight. Dr. Butch in front. Toward the inside is Bet the Moon. Bet the Moon, Dr. Butch. Far outside, Ronnie Bugatti. Deep stretch. Bet the Moon, Dr. Butch tenacious. Bet the Moon. Dr. Butch and Ronnie Bugatti. 155 and 2.
Major Homer, 3 of clubs, late speed on the far outside from Boom Boom Ballykeel, who's rushing up fast for Filion, but it's Ideal Jet who's still there, 4 lengths in front with a 16th of a mile of racetrack to cover. Boom Boom Ballykeel's bearing down and coming on, and here's Boom Boom Ballykeel to get up in time to win. Boom Boom Ballykeel over a late surging Let's Rock Together. Ideal Jet, his wheels wobbled late in 149 and 3. At the rail, but it's not there for Miramont Man. Rolling up from the backfield on the far outside comes Czar Sealster. And it's Czar Sealster at 20 to 1 coming on. Silver Eagle back in second. Czar Sealster to win from off the speed. It is Czar Sealster again. 3 across in the battle for second, third, and fourth spots, the mile 151.
It's El Rocket, who's led every step of the way. El Rocket by 2.5, hand-driven through the lane. Crazy About Pat on the outside of Modest Prince, but coming down to the line. And El Rocket goes wire to wire, much the best. Crazy About Pat from Modest Prince. I Am Wide Awake was fourth, 155 and 1.
3 wide as they turn for home. Into the stretch drive, 122 and 4/5. Force 3 wide was Fearless Diablo coming after Rhombus. On the attack is Lonesome Attack on the outside. Fearless Diablo forced wide on the far outside. Better's Reward coming. Home Again Dragon with room at the rail. Fearless Diablo looking for the upset. Better's Reward. Fearless Diablo. Better's Reward. Then Sapphire City and Home Again Dragon. Fearless Diablo at 9 to 1 and 150 and 2.
Like we got a good one as they make the turn for home. Candyman leads the way, but on the outside here goes Flameproof Hanover as they've reached the stretch. Flameproof Hanover now taking over. Late charge in between horses from Rock Me Roll Me on the outside. Flameproof Hanover on the inside. Rock Me Roll Me. It's Flameproof Hanover in front.
At 3/4, it's Major Bets in 121 and 3. Some sharp fractions here from Major Bets now, and he's under urging. Captain Barbosa right there with dead aim. Force and Fury on the outside. In heavy traffic is Ideal Perception as Sea of Life looks to rally, but now it's Force and Fury and Victor Kirby. Force and Fury drawing clear. Force and Fury. Then Sea of Life, Major Bets, and Captain Barbosa, 150 and 2. Immaculate is staying game. Immaculate, though, is getting tired. Eagle on it's driving in. Immaculate's going to hang on. 1-4-6 unofficial in 153 and 4/5.
symmetry here by Legion of Honor, who leads by 2.5 lengths. London Hanover not threatening. To the outside now, Guardino trying to make a belated move. Bosch follows him up second over. Top of the stretch, Legion of Honor on top by 5 lengths. On the outside comes Guardino with Bosch kicking off that cover. Legion of Honor now just has to say flat, and Andrew McCarthy and he will be winners. Legion of Honor going to get that maiden victory, just his second career start. He wins it by 5. Guardino a long shot second, Bosch third, Winning Habit shook free for fourth. The Legion of Honor gets the victory in 157 flat.
22 and 2 into the stretch they come, doing time together. Mock of Ballykeel outside, Ramagade Bruiser there from in third, in behind horses now and up off some cover. Here from the backfield comes Pontiac Luck. Jackets Required has dove to the inside now from in fifth. A deep stretch lead for Mock of Ballykeel and Philion. Mock of Ballykeel clear by a pair. This one goes to Mock of Ballykeel. Doing time together second, Jackets Required third. Fourth best was Pontiac Luck.
By 2 on Lions Jeff, and then still holding third is Gothic Crusader. Malicious into the stretch drive is asked to come up to the wire. He could be on the clock. The 3-year-old Colt Pace track record is 155. There's the finish for Malicious. Lions Jeff second, Gothic Crusader third, 153 and 2. You've just witnessed the all-time fastest race, not only by a 3-year-old, but of any horse ever in almost 50 years of history of harness racing at Hanover Raceway. What an effort by Malicious, obliterating track records all over the place by Malicious.
Three quarters, 121 and 226 and 2. Hung up on the backstretch by Mad American. His lead down to 2 as McCarthy now urging on the lunch pail, is getting a little bit closer. Further back to Caviar Luca third. Top of the stretch, Mad American still by about a length and 3/4. The lunch pail inching up now, far outside. Don't Mess with the Best is closing. Mad American has a bit of margin still to work with though, and Mad American going to hold on this week after coughing it up late last time. Wins by 3 parts of a length. The lunch pail second, Don't Mess with the Best third, and Caviar Luca fourth. It's Mad American and George Knapp in 149 and 4.
26 and 3. They've got a shot at the track record here. Homeward bound they come. Mile Hill Willie the leader. Hop up is there. Glider Man on the outside third. Deep in the stretch they come. Mile Hill Willie up against the clock. It's Mile Hill Willie and Berrio. Hop up was second. Glider Man will finish third. Time for the mile. It equals the track record. 156 3.
My man Charlie, what a trip he's gone to 3/4. He's opened up by 2.5 lengths coming into the stretch. Back into second at the inside. Bay of Sharks. McNair tries to get him to re-rally. Here comes a pylon skimming Fantatti. Anderlecht is out for the drive. Way out wide as I'm feeling good. But it is my man Charlie who threw down man-sized fractions here tonight. He's opened up by 4 in deep stretch, and it is my man Charlie with an eye-catching score. He'll win this one by 3. A late closing Monte Cristo second. I'm feeling good was third. 151 for my man Charlie.
Takes over fourth inside. Top of the stretch here. It's Feng Shui clinging to that lead and now extending to about 2. On the outside, Last Hanover is all out, getting closer here. Feng Shui looking for the line. Last Hanover lunges. Feng Shui hangs on by about an inch for the win. Last Hanover gave it a go.
2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
Third. It's Feng Shui cashing in here in 151 flat.
25 and 1. Proof and Lover has put away Wild Dragon. He must now deal with the pocket sitting Lulu's Boy. They head off the top turn and straighten out for the stretch drive. It's Proven Lover. Lulu's
Folks, we're going to get you to come back in.
Proven Lover holding by a length and a half. It's all Proven Lover in the exhibition.
Check, 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 check. Check, check, check.
Yeah, they're all coming back. Cool. Going great, thanks, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, good afternoon, and hope you gained some knowledge from this morning. I guess we all have the same goals, and that's to breed a faster, healthier, sounder horse. So hopefully by the end of the day that we'll have some tips to do that. Next on the agenda, Executive Director of PEI Harness Racing Industry Association, Julie Jamieson, is going to go over some of the incentives for breeders that you as breeders can take advantage of. Some things were developed before the time when the Breeders Association was developed, like the Breeders Awards that were in place before. And she'll go over about how some of those things work. And Julie's been just a tremendous asset to our industry. She's been here for just a year and a half. It seems like, I'm sure it seems like for her 5 years or 10 years, but she's only been with us a year and a half, and she's a perfectionist and a hard worker, and she's the executive director, or you could call her the executor, or some of you might call her the person that executes.
Thanks, Bruce.
But definitely we're super lucky to have Julie with our industry association, and welcome, Julie.
Thank you, everyone. As Bruce said, my name is Julie Jamieson, and I'm the Executive Director for the PEI HRIA. I'd like to welcome everyone who's attending the conference in person and online today. I'd first like to start off by thanking our sponsors who provided lunch for those in attendance. Thank you very much to the Province of Prince Edward Island, the PEI HRIA, JD Marine and Diving, Merck Animal Health, Zoetis, Red Shores, and the Atlantic Post Calls. I will be speaking to you today primarily about the breeding incentives and the breeding-specific programs offered by the PEI HRIA. I would like to take a moment before I begin to reflect on the health of the standardbred industry on the island as a whole. As an industry, we are only as strong as the sum of our parts. Along with the breeding sector, we have also seen tremendous growth in our wager, our purse pool contributions, our overnight purses, and our stakes programs. As we enter 2022, we are positioned to have another strong year. This is made possible through our strong partnership with the provincial government. And as we saw, thank you very much to Minister Compton and Premier King for supporting us here on Prince Edward Island. My presentation today will give an overview of the incentives and programs that we offer. The forms to fill out to apply for the incentives discussed today in this presentation can be found at the PEI HRIA website, and it's peiharnessracing.com, so that's a good page for you to bookmark because you'll be heading there quite a bit as a breeder to find the forms that you need to fill out to apply for our incentives. So if you can just advance the slide there. So I'll be speaking to you about 3 programs today. An award, an incentive, and a resident mare program that we have here. So as you see on the slide, the resident mare program, the full incentive, and the Island Breeders Awards. Before I begin, I'd just like to explain that the criteria for the PEI HRIA administered incentives changed in 2021 from being PEI owned and PEI foaled to PEI foaled, and the mare resided on PEI for a minimum of 183 consecutive days during the foaling year. This change was made by the PEI HRIA board to recognize the economic impact of resident mares here on PEI. So as we dive into the first slide there, Peter, if you can advance just to the resident mare program there for me. So the resident mare program is, and if you can advance one more, sorry, Peter. There we go. So the resident mare program is designed for off-island residents who leave their mares here on PEI for 183 days, and the foal is born here on PEI. So the mare must be enrolled in this program. There's a form to fill out online. And just as a reminder, the form has to be filled out by the barn manager or the property manager where the mare resides. This form is a legally binding document, and it's basically a testament of facts that you as a farm manager are saying that this mare resided at your farm for the full 183 days during the foaling year. And if we could advance one more there, Peter. So this is just a look at our numbers for the past 2 years in the resident mare program here on PEI. So you'll see in 2020 that we had 11 mares in total in the program, and in 2021 we had 25. So this is an increase of over 50% of mares in the resident mare program. Okay, and we'll just advance to the next one. So here we have a graph showing the number of mares that we have on PEI from 2019 to 2021. And these are mares that were bred to island stallions that resided on PEI. So we can see from year over year numbers that our mare numbers are going up considerably over time. So we're moving in a positive direction. Okay, and we'll just advance to the next slide, please. So next on the agenda will be the full incentive. So this was an incentive that was put in place by the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association in conjunction with the PEI HRIA. And it was designed with 2 intentions in mind. One was to offset the costs for island breeders when registering their foals with Standardbred Canada. So the full incentive reimburses approximately 90% of the cost of registering a foal. And it was also to provide a mechanism for tracking the number of island foals that will be eligible to be nominated to the PEI HRIA administered stakes. And with the full incentive, this is paid out to the owner of the foal at the time of payout, which is in February. And here we have a chart showing our payouts and number of foals for the last 2 years on PEI. So in 2020, resulting, if you remember the slide that we looked at a little bit earlier from the 2019 breedings, we had 154 foals born on PEI, and we paid out $38,500 in assistance for the full incentive. In 2021, resulting from 2020 breedings, there were 177 foals born, and we paid out $44,250 in assistance. So So if you look at this slide and you remember the slide before with the mares, our live foal rate is hovering between 50 and 60%, which is the national average. And if you look in 2021, there were 354 mares bred. So judging by these numbers, if we were to look at the way we've been trending upward, we should expect close to 200 foals for the foal incentive payout in 2022. Okay, Peter, if we can go to the next one. So next we're going to discuss the Island Breeders Awards. This award was developed for island breeders to recognize the challenging work and dedication that goes into raising horses, as well as encourage growth within the breeding sector here on PEI. These awards are paid out to the breeder of record, and here we have a graph showing how your horse will be eligible for an award. So if we take 2021, for example, we would be looking at horses, 2-year-olds, so foals of 2019 and 3-year-olds, foals of 2018. So to qualify for this award, obviously the mare has had to reside on PEI for 183 days. So this year, because of the change in the criteria, we also saw resident mare owners were also eligible for this award. Next, obviously the foal has to be born on PEI, and then they have to have raced in the eligible stakes. So this is a list of the stakes that we use for the Island Breeders Awards. The Lady Slipper, the Joe O'Brien, the Atlantic Sire Stakes, the Brian Andrew, and the PEI Colt Stakes. So next I'll explain to you how we do the calculation for these awards. So what we're going to do is at the end of the stakes season, we are going to look at the eligible 2- and 3-year-olds from that year. And we are going to comprise a list of the breeders of those horses, making sure again that they meet that criteria, that they were here for 183 days, the mare, for the resident mares, that they have their affidavit on file with the PEI HRIA by December 1st. And then we decide what we're going to have for funding. So if you look at the top calculation, this decides the percentage for the payout for the Island Breeders Awards. So for example, this year we had $125,000 in PEI HRI funding in total to pay out. We took that number and we divided by the combined earnings for all horses that were eligible for the award, and that gives us a percentage. So generally the payout percentage will hover around 8%. This year it was 8.36%. So if you go by this calculation and we move to the next step, this is how we calculate your individual breeder award. So we're going to take the total number of earnings from horses that you were down as the breeder on and that qualify under the criteria, and we're going to multiply that by the percentage of the year. So just as to give you an example, if you're a breeder and your total earnings are $15,000, we use the percentage from this year, 8.36%, you're going to get a payout of $1,254. Okay, and if we can move to the next slide. So generally the payout for this award occurs around late November. I like to get it out by Christmas if at all possible. So this is just a chart showing you the difference in the payouts from 2020 to 2021. You'll notice that we went from 79 eligible breeders to 90. The increase in this number is due, of course, to the resident mares that qualified this year, so for the breeders on those resident mares, as well as we have added a few new breeders to PEI as well, and they will come into play more as their livestock becomes 2 and 3 years of age. So in 2020, we had $100,000 of budget allotted for this award. We paid out 79 breeders in total. The total eligible earnings for all of those 79 breeders was $1.2 million. The average eligible earnings per breeder, so this is just an average of, you know, when you look at, we've got 79 breeders, roughly how much money did their horses make. 15,500 thereabouts, and the average payout per breeder that year was $1,275. So then we moved down to 2021, and we increased our budget allotment for the payout for this year to $125,000. We added an additional 11 breeders for the payout. We saw an increase in eligible earnings from all those breeders combined to close to $1.5 million. That meant that our average payout, average earnings per breeder, was $16,600, and our average payout to the breeders was $1,388. So finally, I'm going to talk to you about a relatively new program that we had in 2021. It was its inaugural year, and it was launched November 1st, 2021. It's the Broodmare Purchase Assistance Program. So PEI HRIA set aside $40,000 of their budget this year for the program. Our goal was to bring 10 in-foal mares to PEI. We had hoped to bring in 5 trot mares and 5 pace mares. And the reason we did this was we saw a need in the breeding sector. We wanted to give island breeders a chance to have a little bit of an assistance to improve the genetics in their herd, an increase to the live foal numbers. So if we bought in 10 mares, let's say, and they all had a live foal, we would see an increase of about 5% to our live foal numbers here on PEI. And we also wanted to increase the number of eligible horses for the stakes programs that we have here on PEI. So the eligibility criteria for this program is you have to be a resident of PEI. So how do we describe that? We use the same description we have in the O'Brien and the Lady Slipper Stakes. So your primary residence has to be on PEI, or you have a broodmare farm on PEI, and that you can verify this by example, your property tax payments, your employees, your mares on site, etc. So if we can just advance to the next slide. So this is a sum of what has happened this year so far with the program. We have bought in 8 mares in total. We currently still have 2 breeders searching for mares. They will have till the end of March to find a brood mare. Currently, we've purchased 2 trot mares and 6 pace mares. All have been in foal. And what we're seeing is a combination of new and seasoned breeders, as well as commercial and small operations, which is what we had hoped when we launched this program, that we'd be able to provide assistance to everyone in the sector, small or large. So how did we get these mares? Where did people find them to bring them in? We had 7 of them purchased through online auctions, eHarness, Standardbred Canada, and OnGate. And we had 1 purchased through public auction at the Harrisburg sale. We had our first foal on February 13th, a colt by McWicked at Jamie McKinley's farm. And we're hoping to continue this program this year based on, of course, the budget funding that we have. So it's something for you to keep in mind if you're thinking about adding a broodmare to your broodmare band. Keep watching online, as we're hoping to launch this program a little earlier this year than we did last year. Oh, Peter, can you just go back one? Yeah, sorry. So this is just kind of a breakdown by numbers for those of you who'd be interested. So as I mentioned before, we purchased 8 in-foal mares, 2 trot and 6 pace. When you converted the money to Canadian dollars, it equaled a spend of just over $94,000. So the amount of assistance that was paid out through the PEI HRIA for these mares was just over $30,600, which resulted in about 39% of the purchase price of the mares being covered. Okay. So this is just a slide to show you where you can apply for this program once it is offered again. You can do it online or in person at my office, which is in the farm center, if you don't feel comfortable submitting your form on the computer. And the forms are available online at peiharnessracing.com under the Forms tab. You will be required to have proof of residency at the time that you apply for the program. Okay. And finally, since I have quite a few breeders in the room today and this conference is designed for you, I thought I would speak to the Atlanta Classic sale. Our entries will be going out online early in April, and you'll have till May 31st to enter the sale. Again, you can do so online or in person. The consignor contracts and the entry forms are available online. And that concludes my presentation for today. I would love to take any questions if you have any that you would like to ask.
Julie, I'm interested in the broodmare numbers, and I want to know if the 354 is a census of individual broodmares on PEI or a total up of mares bred to stallions.
It's a total of mares bred to island stallions only.
That's what I thought, which
so it
means
doesn't
that
include,
it may be double counted at times. 354 is a generous number for the number of broodmares.
And it remember as well that will not include mares that were bred to stallions outside of PEI. So it
does not include?
Does not
the
include.
354 does not
No,
include
does
outside
not include,
mares.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I think one of the reasons that we're here today, I think when you actually hear that number, 50 to 60% live foal rate, it's kind of an astonishing number. So every 10 foals, like if you tried to operate a business that way, that you had 6 foals from 10 mares every year, you wouldn't be long going backwards, that's for sure. So it's a really astonishing number, and I think by having these kinds of conferences, and when we first seen it, we thought, well, that's a PEI thing, what are we doing wrong? And then you start hearing that that's a number, a standard number in Canada. It's pretty astonishing, I think, and then if we can move PEI to that 70%, I think that would be, and be leaders, and I think that would be a wonderful thing. If there's no other questions, thank you, Julie.
Thank you. Just back to your question, Dawn, on broodmares. It's interesting to note as well, Standardbred Canada mentioned on their AGM that there were 50 broodmares added across Canada this year, and they were only added in 4 provinces, so BC, Alberta, PEI, and Ontario. And I don't have the exact numbers, but we ranked second on the addition of broodmares, second to Ontario. So I think that's a pretty great statistics for the size of our province in comparison to Ontario.
Okay, thank you, Julie, again. And we're going to go now. Nick's coming along here. So Nick's going to moderate this next session with Twinbrook Farms and Jenna McNiven. This is a really interesting presentation, and this week we've got a opportunity to get a glimpse at it, and it's really well done. And the neat thing is that she didn't do it. She wasn't prepared. She had done it for us. So. Nick, you're going to moderate it, and thank you, Nick, for getting this done for us.
So next we have Jenna McNiven. She's 26 years old, and she just recently kind of became the face of Twinbrook Farms in Ontario. Twinbrook was started by her parents, Rob and Tammy, over 30 years ago, and Jenna was telling me ever since her parents got married 30 years ago, it's been strictly standardbreds. It used to be a cattle farm as well. And so Jenna's got a little piece here. She's going to show us her farm. She's going to show us her breeding operation, what she does on foaling day, and what she does with her yearling prep. So let's take a look at that. We don't have any audio.
I'm McNiven of Twinbrook Farms, and I'm going to give you a little look into what our breeding program looks like. here's a little peek at our main barn. This is a 24 stall barn that we do all of our foaling and yearling prep from. On the outside rows there, those are 12 by 12 stalls, and then each is equipped with automatic waters. And then on the inside, we have 12 by 14 stalls where we do all of our foaling from. So each of our foaling stalls has a camera up top. That camera is wired to our house and also has Wi-Fi connection that we can get it on our phones and watch them no matter where we are. Up top, we actually do also have a heater in here because we're a little spoiled that way. I just keep it set at like 5 degrees in the winter time. But if we are out here foaling on a cold night, I do like to bump it up a little bit and keep everybody nice and toasty. Our partitions in here pull out. So if you really wanted to, we'd never use it that way, but you could run a tractor down there to clean your stalls. But we like to use it for if we ever have a foaling problem or for any reason need more room in that stall, we can pull this partition here right out into the alleyway there, and then gives us more room to work with. Coming out the far end of our barn, we have a covered exercise wheel that is directly attached to our barn. So this is huge for us because we're really big on getting our horses outside every single day of the year. And it's really great for the babies. If they can't get outside for whatever weather reasons, we can get them on here and they can go for a little walk or stand still, but we know they're out of their stalls and stretching and bouncing around.
Okay, and we should have Jenna live here from Ontario. There's Jenna and Tammy. How are you today?
Good, how are you guys?
Good, good. Yeah, we're going to take questions from the floor after each section. And before we started that, one thing I wanted to ask you guys is, you know, you're showing your barn, you're showing how you have everything set up with your brood mares. What kind of feed schedule do you have in your own barn?
So my dad actually, depending on the time of year, 5:30, 6 in the morning. So everyone gets, and then depending on what mare, like her weight, stuff like that, I'll her time between 2 or 4 a day. So in the time they're outside.
You're cutting out a bit on us, Jenna.
Oh. We'll try there.
Try there, yeah.
Okay, so right now, some of our people, they are getting fed 4 times. Each time they're fed, is it working?
Kind of.
They're anywhere between 4 times if they're getting fed, and anywhere between 8 and 10.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from the floor about their setup at Twinbrook? Alexis Gass. Alexis asked, how early do you bring your mares in? You know, how many days before they're set to foal do you bring them into the barn?
Great question.
Yeah, like in the barn, great for lights. So typically, they're in the barn at months before date. We like all of our mares in so December, all of our mares.
And we tend to find when they're in the barn December with the lighting program that they're full really close to their. It's very rare if we have a mare go way over. You hear some people go 3 weeks over or almost a year. We're very to due date 345. A lot of our mares will foal. Our first 2 foals this year were 5 to 7 days. Or really think it's linked to the.
Okay, if we don't have any other questions, do you want to roll the second clip?
in our maiden mares ready for the breeding season is by bringing them into the barn by December 1st and putting them under a light system where our lights come on at 6 o'clock in the morning and they go off at 10 o'clock at night. This will trick your mare into thinking that it's springtime and the days are getting longer and I better start thinking about cycling and getting ready to breed. So if they come in December 1st, they should be cycling by the end of January. And then beginning of February is when we'll start to palpate our mares. We like to follow them through at least one heat cycle before we do breed, just to make sure everything is going through properly. And then when we are ready to breed, what we'll do is we're going to palpate our mare, and we're either looking for obviously a follicle that is ready to breed, or an ovulation, and we can set her up to breed the following week. So if we see an ovulation, we need to wait a minimum of 5 days after the ovulation, and then we can give her a shot of Lutalice to bring her in the next week. Typically, we like to give our Lutalice shot on a Thursday or Friday to set us up really nicely for the next week. So we will see the ovulation, 5 days later, it's a Friday, we're going to give our shot of Lutalice, and then Sunday is when we're going to start tracking her for that next cycle. And then we just follow her through until she gets up to a 40 millimeter follicle. And once we hit 40 millimeter follicle, we're going to give our shot of Deslorelin to take her out of heat and order our semen. Your shot of Deslorelin takes about 36 to 40 hours to work. So what we like to do is time it as closely as possible and give our shot accordingly to when we think our mare is going to be inseminated and when our semen's arriving. So we don't breed any mares without Deslorelin. Like, we like to know when our mare is going to ovulate. That way we can breed as close to ovulation as possible and like rule that out, so we don't have to worry about the longevity of the semen. When we're setting a mare that is just foaled up for breeding, I wouldn't say our system is much different of that from our maiden and our open mare system. If our mare is an early foaler and she was bred under lights, we want her to foal out under lights. Typically, it'd be nice to have them in the barn 2 months before their due date and get them through the light system and thinking it's spring by the time they foal. That way, when they do foal, we're going to be sure that she is cycling and she's not going to fall back into a dark mode. We don't like to breed on full heats. Not a fan of full heat breeds. We like to give our mare that extra time to shrink up, and just the conception rate is not generally near as good on full heat as it would be as her next heat or an induced heat. So what we're going to do to set that mare that is just foaled up for breeding is we're going to track her through that full heat but not breed on it. What we're going to do is wait for her ovulation, and the day she ovulates is actually pretty important to us as we're going to induce a heat, and we need at least 5 days before we can give that shot for everything to work properly. So we're looking for our ovulation, minimum 5 days, maybe more. Whenever your Thursday or Friday hits, we're going to give her a shot of Lutalice to bring her in for next week. Thursday night, we're going to start palpating her and tracking that cycle and seeing her progression. We're going to get to a 40 millimeter follicle. Depending on the timing, you want to make sure you do know when your semen typically arrives. So we're hitting a 40 millimeter follicle, we're giving our shot of Deslorelin, and then we're going to order semen, and then within 36 to 40 hours, hopefully your mare has been bred, and then she's going to ovulate within that time. Typically our steps post-breeding is really dependent on our mare. So if we have a mare that bred really well, semen looked good, she ovulated on time, no fluid in the uterus, we're happy with how everything went, we'll just breed her, let her ovulate, and then wait for that 14 days to do our pregnancy check. Then if we have a mare that has given us problems in the past, or this is our second time breeding her this season, or if just something in the uterus just doesn't look right after her ovulation, then we're going to start taking more steps to be precautious, and hopefully we can get a pregnancy each breeding. So things that we might do post-breeding would be infuse, flush, oxytocin, or start our mare on Regimate 5 days after she was bred. One thing that we always stress is our ovulation checks on our mares. It's a little easier for us because we do our own work here and have our own ultrasound machine, so we can check as often as possible. But you want to make sure you are having your vet out or your repo specialist out to ultrasound for that ovulation. Because sometimes things don't always go as planned and your mare doesn't ovulate and she might need to be bred again that cycle. And if your mare does come up empty, you're gonna know, well, did she ovulate close to breeding, or what is the reason here? Our typical pregnancy checks would be 14 or 16 days, followed by a 28-day heartbeat check, and then a 40-day check, 60 days, 90 days, and then generally a fall check, or anything in between there if we have suspicions of our mare dropping her pregnancy or any other reasons we may need to ultrasound her.
Just entered through the hymen and I'm at the cervix. It feels like a little thumb. On her, it's on the right-hand side. My finger is now through the hole of the cervix. Oh. And I'm just kind of massaging it to have it open up a bit. The rod is along my finger and I'm gonna put it through the cervix. I'm kind of wiggling it all the way to the end. And the cervix feels a little formed. I'm through the cervix and I'm now putting the semen into the mare. I slowly am putting it in.
Okay, so we should have Jenna back just on audio this time. She's just having a little bit of bandwidth trouble up there.
Yep, we're here.
Beautiful. So one of the things I wanted to ask you about that is you were saying about Deslorelin, that you never breed a mare without giving them a shot of Deslorelin. So if you were going to breed that mare today, when exactly would you guys give that shot?
So actually, we did just breed a mare about half an hour ago, so I can kind of walk you through what we did with her. So we followed her up to a 40 follicle, and when she hit that was on Thursday. She's getting bred to Tactical Landing, which is in New Jersey. So on Thursday night at 10 p.m., we gave our shot of Deslorelin because we knew our semen should be here by noon on Saturday. So I think she was like a 43 millimeter actually on Thursday night when we gave it to her. So 10 o'clock she had her shot. We bred her at noon today, and she should be ovulating anytime now.
Okay, great. And I guess let's just skip back for a second. What were you trying to tell us about your feeding schedule at Twinbrook?
Okay, so it really depends on the horse, like foaling season and yearling season. So my dad feeds at 6 o'clock in the morning typically, and then our other general feeding time is 4 p.m. So then anywhere in between, if I have a mare that I want a little better or get more weight on her, she'll get fed around lunchtime and then again at 10 p.m. But we hay in front of them 24/7, so they're typically getting grain and hay at 6 in the morning. Whatever they need, if they need something midday. 4 p.m. they're coming in the barn, getting their dinner, hay, and then 10 p.m. they're either getting grain and hay or just hay.
Okay, and Alexis Gass was wondering about when you bring your mares into foal, how many days beforehand?
We like to have them in 2 months before they foal for our light system, but kind of people that we would rather have our mares in the barn. So all of our mares come in the beginning of December regardless, as long as we have enough stalls. So we did have 2 mares have to stay out for the a couple months, but they've been in a month now, but yeah.
Okay, and do we have any other questions from the floor about their breeding program or anything that they do particular to Twinbrook? Okay, let's roll the third clip.
What?
You want to give it a test?
These daytime babies are pretty nice.
These are typically some things you might find in our foaling kit or see us using during any of our births. First, we have a sterile glove. So when the mare's water breaks and we don't see the white sac right away, or we're not happy how the front feet are positioned, we'll go in with a sterile glove and try and investigate, see what's going on, and hopefully get that foal positioned properly. And then we have some foaling chains. If we're having a difficult foaling, we can throw these on the foal's legs. They go just above the foal's ankle, and it gives you more leverage to pull. And I just have a towel here because we like to towel off our foals when they're born and help get the circulation going. When our mare gets up, we worm them with Equilan Golds. Then I have some chlorhexidine. That's just what we personally prefer to dip the navels in. So as soon as the umbilical cord breaks, we dip the navel and then continue to dip it until the navel is dry. And then I have an utterly easy milker, which is super handy for us. We like to give all the foals a bottle of the mare's colostrum before they get up if they will take it. So as soon as they get that sucking reflex, we will milk out the mare with this. Give the foal a bottle, or as much as he'll actually take, really. And then we'll also take another bottle from her and we'll put it in our freezer. That way we have a colostrum storage for if we ever have an emergency with another mare down the road, we have lots of colostrum on hand. We have a refractometer, and that's just to test the colostrum, make sure our mare's colostrum is good. And if it's not, then we can go to our colostrum bank, grab somebody else's milk, and make sure the foal is going to get an adequate amount of colostrum. I have an enema. We like to give all the foals an enema when they get up and make sure we're getting everything moving and they get that meconium passed. Then when our foal is between 12 and 24 hours old, we'll run an IgG blood test on every single foal. We think this is the most important thing you can do for your baby at this point. What that IgG test is making sure that your foal got enough antibodies through your mare's colostrum. If they did not, it's called failure of passive transfer, and your foal can become very ill from this. So if you run your IgG test, you can tell if your foal has an adequate amount of antibodies. And if he does not, you just get your vet to come out and run a plasma, and hopefully that'll bump him up and help him fight anything that might be thrown at him in the following week. And then at the same time as doing our IgG test, we give our foals a shot of vitamin E and selenium. Then just some other things that we always have on hand. A foal resuscitator pump, so for any reason if your foal is born not breathing, this pump will help you get some air into them and hopefully you're able to resuscitate. We have a stethoscope, a thermometer, and then we always have anything like penicillin, Banamine, and oxytocin on hand for our foal-ins.
Now, Jenna, one thing I want to ask about that is, you say you worm the mare right away, directly after she foals. What's your theory behind that?
That's a good question, Mom.
There's worms that are passed from air through their milk. So we've always practiced of worming the mare as soon as she stands after foaling, and that will deteriorate from any worms being passed on to baby.
Everyone, like, I've heard different opinions on it. That's why, and like, I've also heard say it helps with foal scours. We still get our full heat scours. So everyone has their own opinion on it.
But it's mainly the worms not passed on to baby.
Okay, and what kind of worming schedule do you guys keep at Twinbrook throughout the year?
Just because we have such like a high number of horses here, we're basically worming a month.
Every month?
Every other month.
Every other month. Okay. And you guys said you get colostrum into your foal before you get them up and standing. Is that correct?
Yep. So if they get their sucking reflex, we'll milk out the mare and we'll give them a bottle.
Yeah, basically like right away before the colt ever gets up.
Right, yeah. So like most of the time before they're an hour old.
Okay. What about any questions from the floor? Yep. Yeah, what would be the circumstances when you would use the Banamine you have on hand?
Honestly, we'd like to give it to most of our mares. I think it's more peace of mind for ourselves. After they foal, we don't give it to all of them, but if they're pretty crampy after, we'll give it. And then it also, if our mare is acting uncomfortable and has a temperature, like we're keeping it into them, keeping the temperature down and comfortable.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, let's roll the fourth and final clip on your yearling preparations.
This is a day in the life of our yearling prep routine. This is a look at our yearling sheds where our babies grow up. They come over here when they're weanlings, and then they stay here until the beginning of August, and then at that point they'll go inside and get started on yearling prep. They're separated into groups of colts and fillies, and then each group has more than 5 acres to go out and run and play in. Our babies get halter broke at a day old, and then they're consistently handled all the time. We're always out here with them, so they're extremely friendly. You could go up and put a halter on every single one of them out here. Sometimes they're a little too friendly, but that's okay. I'd prefer it that way. And it's not nice right now, it's a little muddy, but those are the pastures that they get out to run into. We have a nutritionist from Master Feeds come out and test all of our hay quite frequently, and then they make up our own grain ration accordingly to proteins or minerals that our hay may be lacking. They'll make up for it in the grain to make sure our horses are getting everything they need. But typically it's equivalent to Master Feeds Equine Developer. And right now our yearlings that are going to sale next fall are getting about 6 pounds of the grain a day. And then we put a top dress on top of that just for some added vitamin and minerals. Growing a yearling really starts at the time that they are conceived. Your mare needs an adequate diet to grow her foal and then feed her foal. And then once they're weaned and they go on to their own ration, we slowly increase their grain depending on their stages of life. Feeding your weanlings and yearlings properly just ensures that you're helping them grow. And we'd much rather have a well-rounded yearling at the sale than one that is small and underweight. We always make sure their hay feeders are full year-round, so even in the summertime, they have lots of hay in front of them. And then making sure they have lots of room and friends to play with will help them build bone density and muscle. So the yearlings start their morning off by going for a walk on our exercise wheel. We have 6 spots on the wheel, and then we have 6 turnout paddocks. So after they go for a walk, they go out in the paddocks for an hour. So it's just a constant routine in the morning of 6 yearlings on the wheel, 6 in the paddock, and then we just keep cycling through them. We like to get them groomed Monday to Friday. So we start grooming them in their stalls on cross ties, and then once they get good at all of that, when we have time, we like to get them up in our front cross ties. So they get used to seeing different things and being groomed and have manners in different places. Then they also might do things in a day such as practice trailer loading. And then I like to practice giving them baths. And then I like just them to have general manners, so going on walks and practicing just being respectful. Our feed is equivalent to Master Feeds Equine Developer, and what every yearling get really depends on their weight. So if I need to get weight on them, they might get anywhere from 8 to 16 pounds a day, and then the ones that I need to get weight off of, they'll get less, even just a mineral topping plus a little bit of grain, and then they're all on second cut hay. From the time they come in the barn in August right up till sale time, they are under the same light system as our broodmares. So lights on at 6 in the morning and off at 10 p.m. That kind of ensures them thinking that the days are still long, and hopefully they're not going to grow hair by the time sale rolls around. And then when it does get a little chillier in the fall, closer to the sale, we try and keep the barn warm at night, and then they wear slinkies and blankets. When we go to the sale, almost every buyer asks to see a video on the horse. It's a super important key feature that you want to have with you when you take your yearling to the sale. I would say most buyers are most interested in seeing that front and that back shot so they can really see how the horses are going to carry their feet. We do make sure our yearlings have front shoes on for their videos. We use Standardbred Canada as a main tool to promote our yearlings. We like to have little pop-ups and kind of switch yearlings in and out every week. Ones that we really want to push and promote that we're high on, and link their videos to that, because I think it's good to get the buyers thinking about the horses well before the sale, and then they might click on that pop-up and see their video and maybe see a horse that they didn't have on their list, but now they see the video, they like the horse, and they're going to come out and look at them. And then we're just constantly posting on our Facebook page, especially during yearling season, kind of promoting our yearlings, and then you never know whose eye that might hit. And then we're also just always posting pictures and videos year round. I think people really enjoy it and like to see what's going on here. And then just having our yearling page on our website up to date and having links to our videos and pedigrees available to buyers.
Now, one of the things we saw in that video, the McNevins had an awful thrill last year at the Harrisburg sale. They sold Twin Bee Nation, who was an American Ideal colt out of the sports writer mare Lovely Aaron, and he sold for $300,000 American in the Harrisburg sale. You know, what was it like standing there watching all your hard work pay off like that, Jenna?
I still get goosebumps talking about there. I was in tears. It was unbelievable. He brought, I can't even imagine any of your kind of money, but it was kind of surreal and unbelievable and thankful. Like,
Yeah, and he was bought by Determination Stable out of Montreal, right?
yep, he was. And they came to the farm beforehand. When I walked him up to play, he instantly fell in love. He showed me his arms. He's like, I have goosebumps. Beautiful.
Do we have any other questions from the floor? Yeah, Arnold. How long do you have them on the Equicizer every day, Jenna?
So they go on at a steady walk for an hour a day. And then I do run them from anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes each direction.
Okay.
But most of the time it's just a steady walk.
And do you walk them for an hour first and then run them both ways, or do you break it up?
So it automatically changes direction. So it's half an hour one way, half an hour the other. So I'll run them for a couple minutes each way.
Okay, and then switch them, walk them the other way, then run them at the end again.
Right.
Anybody else? Tara.
It's more of a mare and foal question, but what's your feeding system for such a large amount of mares when you're feeding your mares and foals? What kind of system do you use for that?
Like what kind of
just
feed?
manual.
Sorry,
like,
you go, Jenna.
Like, do you
No,
feed?
that's fine. Like, sorry. Just go ahead. I think you were gonna say something.
Yeah, Tara, you go.
The question was just how you feed your mares and foals. More so, do you use tubs on the ground or do you have troughs built? Do you separate them?
Right. So when they're out in the field all summer, our mares have tubs on the ground, and then our yearling barn is in feeders.
Okay, so how do you ensure your foals get? Do you have a feeder for your foals or?
No, we don't. So most eat with their mom, but we always put extra tubs out. So if we have a group of 6 mares, we might have 10 tubs out there. So that way you're making sure that nobody's missing out.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
And do we have any other questions from the floor? Okay, well, let's get a big round of applause for Jenna McNevin, and thanks for putting this together for us. Thank you, Jenna, and you take care, and we'll be talking to you.
You guys too. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Nick. And I guess what I liked about it when I first seen the clips was it's a nice family-run operation that are running a sustainable family operation. And sometimes when you think of these, well-known horse farms, you just know that there's a lane of money that's not involved with horses. And I don't know, I just find that was a really great family story of people that are hardworking and taking care of details. And I think there's a lot to come out of that. And I hope that it followed some of the educational things that we were seeing this morning from our veterinarians here. So just the details. So next, Cam McPhee and Peter McPhee, they're going to moderate a lively group of horse trainers and owner, and yeah. Happy birthday, Cam. We want to sing or no?
No, next time. Okay, perfect. We're gonna make this pretty casual here. This is great.
Okay, yeah, I can go on. I can circulate that. Okay, yeah, okay. Yes, I have my own mic, yeah, okay.
So do I just turn this on?
Yes.
We'll just get the...
Thanks, Jenna. Ask her what her percentage is.
Is the Donnie's there?
Ask her what her percentage is. You just said that it's national average.
So we have Donnie McRae coming down. Adam, are you here as well? Yeah. We'll get Adam to come down front as well. We're just going to confirm Claire McDonald is with us virtually today, so we'll just make sure that's a go before we get underway here with our panel. We're just waiting to see if we can get Claire before we start.
I've been in, Hanover and Blue Chip and some of those operations, but they're older operations and older barns. So theirs is very modern looking. I'd say they got a pretty good setup.
Can you hear me, Peter?
I can, Claire. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm going to just get Cam to test his mic as well, just so you can hear Cam.
Do you have me, Claire?
Most of the Hanover and those
Yeah.
are all Mexican.
And Donnie and Adam, can you talk to Claire just to see if she can hear you with your mics?
Hello, Claire.
I can always hear Adam.
Donnie, can you pick up your mic and talk to Claire?
Hello, Claire.
Good afternoon, Donnie.
Okay, I think we're all good here. So thanks again, folks, for joining us today on the panel. Cam and I are going to try to lead you through this. And we know we have three great guests with us here for this part of the panel today. It's the Owners and Trainers panel. And I'd just like to first start and ask everybody to introduce themselves. So Claire, since you're virtually here today, can you just introduce yourself and tell us how you got into the racing game? I know a lot of us have a good idea, but for the folks that are watching online and here today, just give us a brief history about yourself.
Certainly. Basically born into it. My father started, which is probably one of the first breeding operations in the Maritimes back in the probably late 50s. And we've had a breeding and training facility here in West River Antigonish ever since.
Excellent.
And I followed him into the training and driving aspect of the sport and continue to do so now.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to go to Donnie. Donnie, if you could just pick up your mic and tell us about how you got into the harness racing industry.
Well, I guess my brother Joe was into it long before I was ever into it. I was probably 14, 15 years old when he bought his first horse. And neither one of us had ever even put a harness on a horse when he bought his first one. So we actually had to find an old gentleman, Harry Colson, to show us how to put the harness on us. I was around the race game with Joe until Joe passed, and then I got away from it for a while. And then about 2008 or so, I decided that I might go to the yearling sale. And I met up with Jason Hughes, and I guess the rest is history.
Okay, we'll get into that a little bit later on about you and Jason's partnership. But Adam, first to you, and again, I know you've been around it a long time as well, but give us a little bit of history on your involvement in the game.
My story is pretty much the same as Claire's. My mother and father had a racehorse farm in Cape Breton, and I was born obviously there. And I grew up on the farm, played hockey, went to school, looked after horses, and here I am today, PEI. This is what I do 365 days a year.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for the introductions. I'm going to hand it over to Cam, and we're going to kind of take you through a little bit of a schedule here. We're going to start with sale prep. I think you guys had some of these questions, but again, and feel free, folks. We've got Julie out there with the mic, so you can hop in anytime and ask Claire or Donnie or Adam any question you want. But we've got a little bit of an agenda here, and we'll take you through it, and I'll throw it over to Cam.
Claire, we'll lead off with you for this one. Of course, pertaining to sale preparation. For yourself, coming up on sale time, describe your yearling selection process for a sale and the tools you use to narrow down your selections. Also, do others play a part in your selection process?
Well, I guess I'll start from the back and go forward. Others do play a part because before you can decide how many you're going to buy, you have to decide how many owners you're going to have, and I've been fortunate over the years. I've always had a pretty good nucleus of owners that supported me, and I knew kind of exactly what price range they'd be looking for, or had a rough idea, and then you kind of base your purchases around that. As far as selecting a yearling, I think you always have to look at pedigree and conformation, because to me, pedigree represents your motor, and conformation represents your transmission and your drivetrain, and you can't have a successful individual without both.
Great point. Adam, we're going to flip that one over to you next.
Yeah, of course. I have a couple of groups of people that are always interested in buying a yearling. So we basically go around a month or so before the sale, and we look at the yearlings that we are interested in, and we look for confirmation, like Claire said, and just the presence of the horse. Basically, how they move in the field. I like to see them all in the field, or at least a video of the ones that are off island, and yeah, if we can afford them, the ones we like, we usually get. So,
Adam, you mentioned video there. How important has that been for the advancement of the industry, both for the breeders and the buyers, just getting a look at the horse prior to sale day?
I think it's very important because sale day, there's a lot going on. I mean, there's a lot of people there doing the same thing, and you only get a couple minutes to have a look at them. And I mean, I guess when you go to the farm, like I said, it comes back to you get to see them, how they travel in the field, how they stand, basically their attitude, what they're like around other animals. It's pretty important. I enjoy it. That's what we do. So.
How about you, Donnie? Do you look at video at all, or do you prefer to see them in person?
No, I do both. I like to look at the videos too, especially the horses we buy in Pennsylvania and Lexington and those places. You have to rely on the videos because you can't go to every farm, obviously. But I always usually surround myself with people that have looked at them, and we kind of know going in what ones we're interested in and what ones we're not. The ones here, I like to go to the farms myself, have a look at them. Sometimes you look at them on the farm and you go to the sale day and you change your mind completely. You know, it's pedigree is definitely, you know, the first thing that most people look at. Then you look at, you know, the way that they stand, the way that they run, you know, everything else with them. But I also like to look at the mare themselves, what their history was, if they produced anything in the first 3 foals. If they haven't, probably I'll turn the page. You know, so I like to buy first foals out of well-bred mares. So I guess I rely on other people's advice too, my trainers. So it's, yeah, sometimes there's a lot more to it than just going to the sale and picking one out.
Thank you, Donnie. Claire, what about you for video purposes? Do you, again, like to watch videos online prior to the sale?
Well, unfortunately, in this area, we don't have that many that, you know, have the wherewithal to produce good videos. There is an old saying in this business, there is never a bad video, especially within those big farms. They do a tremendous job of editing, and you know, they're only going to show you the best of the best. And sometimes when you see that individual in person, it may not look quite as you know, as good as it did when you were looking at it in the film. But I do it more the old-fashioned way. I'd love to see them all at the farms. Unfortunately, we don't always have the time to visit all the places, but I've had pretty good luck sale day looking at the individual that day, because I say a lot can happen between the time you may see them a month prior to the sale and see them again on sale day. There can be some drastic changes, whether it's for the better or not. But I can usually evaluate them well enough right at the sale time.
Thanks, Claire. What are your must-haves on a sale catalog page?
You have to have speed and money somewhere. You know, oftentimes if you're looking at a mare with her first foal, well, it's anybody's guess. But there has to be speed and money in that pedigree, or you may as well just look for a pet pony.
Do you want to take a run at that, Mr. Marner?
I'll agree with Claire 100%.
Yeah.
Anything else, Adam, that you look for besides that, or?
I basically, when I look at the page, I like to see like when they're born, brothers, sisters, what was the best out of the mare. Some mares have better colts and fillies, and basically it comes down to money and speed.
Donnie?
Yeah, all of the above. But another thing I like to see when I'm looking at the page is where they're staked and how well that fits into whatever schedule it is that you're planning to race them in. Like if you're buying a horse in Pennsylvania, for example, well, you know, it's got to be something that makes sense to you as a buyer, that you're going to be able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and Donnie, we're going to go back to you on this one. How in depth do you go into a sale page?
I have certain breeds that I like, and I've kind of followed them over the years. You know, I've liked the Sports Writers, had good luck. I like the Real Desires, had good luck. More recently, the big gyms, the mares, I followed them. They seem to have good luck with them. American Ideals, like I used to be a colt guy when I started, but I leaned more and more and more towards fillies in the last number of years, typically because fillies are easier to get rid of when you're done with them, for one thing, because people are always looking for brood mares. So I've had more luck with fillies than colts in the last number of years.
That's great. That's a great point, Donnie. Adam, how about yourself?
I guess I like certain breeds too. I like Roll the Terries, Malicious, like I have headlock with them. So I look at them, and then I look at the mare, and then see basically what she had, and I gotta like the look of the horse too. So the page, I can only get so much off the page. You can read it. I consider it the wish book because I look at it from the time it comes out till sale day. So I mean, you got it memorized from front to back by the time it's sale day. But the horse itself, I gotta like the look of the horse.
When you're looking at it, Adam, like what are you looking for? I know you mentioned it a little bit, but if you're looking at that horse, and what's going to tip it over for you to say, yeah, let's take a run at that horse?
If he stands good, he got nice feet. Size is a big thing. I don't like a real small horse because I'm not a giant, but I'm not a very small man myself. So, but I don't like a real great big horse because we're racing a half-mile track, and soundness issues for two is sometimes a factor. But I like a nice long-bodied animal, smart looking. I don't like a horse with big ears. Not big nostrils. I like them with big nostrils, so they can breathe pretty good, and just smart, like intelligent, looking around. Attitude, I guess.
And Claire, same question for you. Again, just following up with what Adam said. Anything in there that you agree with, or something else you have to add?
Well, he hit most of the points. If there are certs that you kind of get used to having, you're drawn towards them each and every year, and certain families too. But I always like to look when I go. We'll say to the island sale. I'll probably walk through the barns once without paying much attention to the pedigree page, just to see if I can't get struck with one that catches my eye, and that's happened in the past different times, and if they were like, there's nothing about that yearling that I don't like, so now I'll see if it has anything behind it in pedigree to support it, and most of the time it does. But and on the other hand, you can have a real good-looking pedigree page and go look at the individual and just be disappointed. And that's the breeding game. You can't have any guarantees when you breed what's going to come out, and it's unfortunate for the breeder. Lots of times they'll get an unsatisfactory foal, and you have to live with it and put it through the sale. But they sort themselves out.
Claire, any preference as far as colts or fillies, or are you just looking for the horse? Again, do you have a preference?
No, I don't. I've had, equally as much success with both, and there's some people will say, well, they don't like fillies because they might be moody. Well, I've never found any higher percentage of moody fillies as to moody colts. The only difference you have, if you have a colt that's a little bit distracted or a little bit rank, well, you can call the vet and maybe adjust that. But with a filly, you might just have to live with it and live with her.
Great answer. Before we move on, Adam, do you want to answer that, colts or fillies?
I'm a colt man. I've actually had luck with both, so it doesn't really matter to me, to be honest. Whether it's pace or trotter, it doesn't matter. I've been lucky enough to have a couple decent ones, so. But I prefer a colt, yeah.
Anybody in the crowd have a question? Again, we can get a mic to you if you do here now, as far as sale preparation and what these folks are looking for. If not, we're going to move to sale day. But again, just raise your hand and we can get a mic to you, so just let us know. I'll give it back to Cam.
Claire, so on the day of the sale, are you a fan of impulse buying at yearling sales?
Not really. I have on occasion, just saw one that really caught my eye and had an owner interested in getting one, and I'd say, well, we'll take a run at this one. But as a rule, I have a set number that I'm looking for and have narrowed it down by the time the auction starts as to who's in the group that I'll chase.
Same for you, Donnie. Again, when you go to the sale and the bidding starts, are you in on some, or do you have some picked out before you go?
Usually when I'm going, I'm buying none, come home with 3 or 4. I usually have a pretty good idea when I go to the sale, but just as Claire says, every once in a while one will catch your eye, and that's probably one of the things that I noticed about every good horse I've ever owned. every good horse I ever owned had what you call a good eye. I don't know if you can explain that to most people, but when you look at the horse, sometimes the horse is looking at you and concentrating on you, and he's got a bright eye. Well, if you happen to see one of them when you're walking by them, that they catch your eye, sometimes that's the horse that you want to buy. Like Eclipse Me. Like that mare, when you walked by that stall, didn't matter where you were in the barn, that mare was focusing on you, you know, and she was a world record mare. Girl in a Tavern was another girl, a mare that we bought last year, and that was the first thing that brought me to that horse. When I walked in, she just had a bright eye, she was alert looking, and she was focused on you when you were looking at her. So, to be honest with you, when I went to the sale that day, I wasn't even looking at her. So we ended up buying her, and this year now, I looked at a couple of horses on the farm, and then when I went back to the sale to look at them, I changed my mind. So whether it was impulse or not, I kind of had an idea when I went that I was going to buy this horse or buy this horse. I did change my mind on a couple of them. Woodmere Dealer was a horse that I went to the sale to buy, and I ended up buying him. And I was like, Hill there, what was his name? The old guy there, Hill there, Kenny Arsenault used to have. Doug Hill. Doug Hill asked me to bid in a horse for him one time at the sale back a few years ago. And Doug was very hard of hearing. And you had to kind of shout to him when you talked to him. And I asked him, I said, Doug, how much do you want to go on this horse? And he said, what? I said, Doug, how much do you want to go on this horse? And Doug looked at me, till you get him, he said. So that's kind of the way I am when I go to the sale.
Donnie, just a quick one too. Obviously, you're with Jason Hughes. How much do you and Jason talk about what you're looking at before you go to the sale? And then when you get there, how much does it change?
We did the field tours. We went to 3 or 4 farms and looked at them, and you know, they, just as Claire says, like a month later, they can look a lot different. When we got sale day, we looked at them. We took a few videos of the horses walking up and down the stalls, and then I sent them off to another trainer to have a look at them that I like to get his opinion. And then we kind of decided from there.
Okay. Yeah. Adam, for you, again, when you're looking at a sale, does it matter where the horse is that you're sort of interested in, the first 5 or 10, the middle, the end, I guess, as far as an approach for you and your ownership?
Not really. Like, I don't really like one that's towards the very last of the sale, because if you wait all sale for him and something comes up that you can't get him, well, you're kind of shit out of luck, I guess you want to call it. But no, we usually have a plan A and plan B, and the ones that we like, we usually have them picked in the book before we go to the sale. And like I say, it comes down to whether or not you get them or not. And if we can, great. If not, this year, for example, we had a couple picked out we didn't get, so there's a couple plan B'ers there now. They seem to be doing okay so far, so we'll see how the luck is with them. But I mean, it's a luck of the draw, really.
So typically with your owners, do you sort of circle 4 or 5 before you get there?
Yeah, we probably do a little overkill into it. Like, we pick out a couple every year that, yeah, we're getting this one, and then it changes, and then we go back to that one, and then we go back to another one. But yeah, like, we basically know going to the sale the ones we want, and that's what we go to get. And we have a couple groups there, so it's easier on everybody in that way, right? Because,
yeah, we want to ask you about the ownership in a minute, but Claire, I want to ask you that question as well. Again, do you have 4 or 5 circled when you go to a sale?
Yeah, like I say, it depends on how many are looking that year and how many available stalls I have. You know, there's you always have to look at the crop of, or personally I do, I only have time for so many, I only have room for so many. So if I have a lot of 3-year-olds, to come back the following year, well, I can only have so many 2-year-olds. So it plays a part in it. And there are years when we have enough homebreds to almost fill our stalls, and we may only be looking for 1 or 2, and then you have to be really selective. But you know, it's variable from year to year as to how many I can accommodate.
And Claire, do you look at where the yearlings are as far as order in the sale? Does that matter to you, first, middle, or end?
Well, it makes a difference in your choices. If you know, if you have 4 or 5 picked out and you're only going to buy 2, and when the first one comes up that you're interested in, if it's going really high, well, you'll say, well, maybe I'll hold off, and I may like the one coming later just as well, and I'll try on that. And that can backfire on you too, because maybe by the time it comes around, there's just as many desperate as you are, and that's why we get inflated prices lots of times towards the end of the sale.
Okay, thank you, Claire, for that answer. I'm going to move over to group ownership and training a little bit. And Adam, I wanted to ask you a question about that. We've seen group ownership become popular the last few years, and you've had some experience in that. Just tell us about that and how that's gone for you.
It's gone very well, actually. Like, it's a little easier to have we have 4 groups, actually, I think, in the barn right now, and they're great groups. Everybody gets along for the most part, I guess, and they enjoy the horses. It's your name's down on paper. I mean, you come to the barn, you look in the stall, there's your horse. Whether you own 25% of them, 50% of them, they love them. So, and it's a little easier, affordable financial wise too, because it's a sport of kings really, and at the end of the day, you don't really want to be costing you a fortune to keep an animal around. So I think it's great. It's worked well for us.
Yeah, I was going to say to you, like, do you think it's a good way to bring people into the industry that are interested in ownership?
Absolutely. Like, to get a new owner in the business, and they start asking questions about the horse, and then you start telling them, then they start asking, well, what's it cost? And then you start telling them that. Sometimes it scares them away, but if they own 10%, or if they own 25%, 50%, it doesn't matter. However much they want to own, they can own. And it's just easier on everybody, basically, at the end of the day.
Claire, about you, I know you have had owners over the year. Your thoughts on group ownership and getting more people into the industry?
Well, it's definitely has a lot of merit, you know, to break people in without the huge financial risk that is involved if they can piece it out a bit. But you know, most of the time, I haven't had a fractional ownership group, so to speak. I have had multiple horses or multiple owners on certain horses, but they've been usually a group that are within the barn anyway, and it's worked out pretty well. You know, like I say, it maybe allows sometimes to have an interest in 3 or 4 colts as opposed to 1 each. So it gives them a little bit better chance of redeeming a profit if it, you know, some of the or all of those colts turn out.
Thanks, Claire. How about you, Donnie?
Well, my first experience with fractional ownership or group ownership was with VIP Internet back when Keystone Velocity. We just had a very small piece of them. I think there was 48 owners on the horse. VIP owned 50% of the horse, and they sold shares on it. So that was my first introduction to it. Since I have group ownerships with individuals, mostly in the States, here not so much. I think if I was trying to introduce somebody to horse racing, I would try to get them involved in a racehorse before a colt. That's just my own personal opinion, because you could have a racehorse for a year or a colt for a year and a half and probably never see it race. Where you buy a racehorse, you could race next week, and you get them introduced that way. And then eventually, once they've had a ownership in a horse, then you can introduce them into the colt ranks, and you might not lose them. That's just from my own experience. Personally, when I buy young horses myself here, I like to own them myself. And if I decide I want to sell a share in somebody, I can. If I don't have to.
Great point, Donnie. Yep. Adam, we're going to go to you for this next one. The dust is settled after the yearling sale. It's starting to get down to business. What does your training program look like when you start with your yearlings?
This year's a little different. For the last number of years, I was out at Dusty Lane Farms, and basically the day after the sale, or 2 days later, you Ronnie backs a jogger in, you put the gear on them, you go out, you hook them to the jogger, he gets in and drives away, and you go where he goes. But in here, it's different. You get 2 people on the side of the cart, and you go, first you got to ground brake them. But I had, there was 8 there this year, so we ground broke 4 of them, a lap each around the track, so that was 2 miles, so I was played out. So the next 4 went in the cart the first day with 2 people on, 1 on each side of the shafts, and we go in the afternoon when it's quiet, there's not many horses on the racetrack, and you do that for a couple of days. The breed's gone that far ahead now, it's, half of them know what they're doing the first day you put the harness on them. Like, they go out, they start jogging, right? You learn them to steer, learn them to turn. I like to put the hobbles on them fairly quick. Like, they'll go a week in the cart, and then I'll put the hobbles on for a couple of days, get them gated up, and then take the hobbles off, take the head checks off, and just jog them for 2 months. Jog them lots, jog them the right way of the track, sprint them along, start sprinting them 8s, start sprinting them quarters, and then this time of the year, I usually put the watch on them, just see where they're at, and some of them are more advanced than others. Some can do it a lot easier, some work harder than others. It's all depends on the individual, really. Some of them are just a little bit more talented than the rest, and the good ones usually show you within the first, pretty quick, the talent, if they got talent, and some need a little more time, that's all.
Thanks for that, Adam. Claire, over to you for that.
Well, I guess I have the advantage of being here on a farm where I don't have the distractions that colts at a racetrack have, where there's other horses jogging or there's a lot of scenery. They basically all they see here is the woods and ourselves. But I do it the old-fashioned way. I don't use a jogger. I don't use 2 people on a cart. I don't ever remember using 2 people on a cart, but that's because I'm secluded here and by myself, and if they decide they want to run away while the track's round, they're not going to get in much trouble. But I put them in the round pen with the harness on, and I let them have their war with the harness and don't associate it with a person for a day or 2, and then I go out and attach the reins and I drive them around, and I do all this by myself. I never take a second person with a colt until the first day they go on the cart, and I drive them in the round pen for a day or so, and then I'll drive them to the track and spend some time over there with them for a day or so, turning them, stopping them, and then when by the end of the week, I usually just hook them in the barn, drive them out, and we go to the track, and if they do good the first day, that's it. I go along with them after that, because I think it's discouraging to a lot of colts to have to pull that much weight right off the bat, and you hear people say, "Oh, my colt, doesn't want to move, doesn't want to go, will pull up on the track." Well, it's probably because he just thinks it's a horrible job right off the hop. This is, I'm way overweight here behind me, and I'm not going to move. But if it's just one person on the cart, and they're usually full of feed and feeling good, they don't seem to mind it, and they learn very rapidly. And as far as training, I do a lot of jogging. Like, my yearlings now are just ready to, they've only turned probably half a dozen times, and we're at a little bit of an impasse this week with the frost coming out of the track. So hopefully by next week I can get them on a regular training schedule, and the pacers have all been around 40, and the trotters, I haven't gone on an official training mile with them yet, but they've been quarters around 43, 42, and they'll be ready to trot a mile between 45 and 50 as soon as the track dries up, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Claire. Anybody with a question? Again, we have Julie with a mic. If anybody does have a question. Yeah, we have one up here, Julie.
So I guess I have a question for Adam and for Claire. When you have a yearling come into your barn the next morning after the sale, what work do you want the breeders to have done with that yearling already? Where do you want to start with them?
Basically, I guess it goes, most of them are usually cross-tie broke when you get them after the sale. So I guess what I do, my job is to get them used to the harness. I'll put them in the stall with the harness on for a couple hours after. I'll put the bridle on and the harness, no range, just the bridle itself with the harness, leave it in there for a couple hours, let them get the kicking and bocking out of them in there and get used to things. I'll do that for 2 days, and then they start yard work.
Claire?
Well, I think the timing of the sale coincides with one of the busiest racing weekends in our area, so my colts usually just get to go home, and they get turned out for a couple of days until we have time to start with them, and you know they're stressed, they're tired, and I think that's why a lot of times the colts that come from the sale and go to the track barns, and they say, oh, well, you know, I had the card on them the first day. Well, they're so tired they'll pretty well accept anything for a day or two till they kind of recoup from the stress of the sale. But I just find I'll give them a week or so to relax and get used to the different surroundings, and I'll get used to them and be able to kind of tell which ones are going to be the hardest to deal with or whatever, and get them used to going to the round pen and I'll tie them there to basically a hitching post on the, and then I can harness them in the round pen. And I've not a big fan of putting harness on them in the stall. I know you do what you have to do, but I have seen times where, you know, they've put the harness on them in the stall, and because it's constricting to them, they buck, and they've injured themselves in the stall by putting a foot through a wall or into a bar. And I think to me, the round pen works the easiest. They've got some room to move around and no obstacles to kind of get tangled up in. So that's my method, and so far it's worked.
Okay, but like coming off our farm, basically, if they lead and they cross tie, that's...
Well, any colt that's been through the sale has already been handled enough to have the basics. Now, the American sales and the Ontario sales, those colts have been handled an awful lot, and you know, they're very experienced. They've been on walkers, they've been bathed, they've been cross-tied, they've been led here and there and everywhere. It's not that many years ago that, you know, basically they were herding them off the truck into the sale barn locally, and that would be their first experience with getting tied. Well, that day has passed, but breeders are doing a lot better job of sale preparation, and the colts are a lot better mannered when you do get them from the sale.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else with a question for any of our panelists? Donnie, I'd like to ask you, as an owner, how excited are you to see them out onto the track, and how much do you talk to Jason as it goes along?
Usually we go in and see them getting broke and see how things go that way. Just as the boys, everybody was saying there, like, colts are pretty near broke whenever you buy them now. Like this year, I think we walked 2 of them to the first turn and took them back and snapped them in the jog cart. You know, so I mean, you know, they were basically ready for the track when they bought them. I was telling Adam about some beach colt we bought in Harrisburg. We sent him to Florida, and they went to put the harness on him in the stall, and he took the buck and kick. So they just opened the door and let him run out into the paddock. It was a week before they caught him. He went around the paddock for a week, and they wouldn't let him catch him. So anyway, it's, you know, not every one of them are the same. Some got a little more vigor to them than others, but usually once they get rolling, jogging and whatnot, because of my work schedule, I'm never in around much until this time of the year. That's when you're going to see me back a lot more, when they start going a few miles. And I like to get a good look at the ones that before stake time, so I can see how deep we're going to go with the stakes or stake program, especially some of the ones that are not island bred. Like Usually Island or Maritime, we breed or nominate to everything that's there and keep them eligible to everything that's there. But some of them you just say, well, you know what, we're just going to nominate for Ontario and that's it. We're not going to do anything else. They can change between now and June too. But I mean, there comes a point in time you have to make that decision whether you're going to take them to the next level or you're going to turn them out and let them go to the field for the summer. So we're pretty well to that point now, whether you have to make that decision. The stake payments are up. Time the 2-year-old stake payments are due now. I guess they're due this week or whatever. So you have to make a decision whether you're going to continue on with them or you're just going to train them down to a certain point and turn them out. They'll tell you whether they're going to go on or not.
Thank you, Donnie. Adam, you mentioned before about in the early stages, some separate themselves from others. What is that about them, and can you tell early on?
Going from my experience with the good young horses that I had, my good ones were good early. Like first month they were in the Carcow and they learn faster than others and they're good gaited. Everything comes easy to them. So usually if they stay healthy and sound, they catch on quicker than others. I don't know. It's just like I guess it's like a good hockey player to anything. Some people are just better at some things than others. Well, some horses are better at things than other horses. So.
Would you agree with that, Claire? And again, that question to you, like what separates some of your horses from others early on?
Well, I don't think they separate as easy nowadays as they used to because breeding has improved so much that they seem to come to their abilities more naturally. And, they can all do the easy work as a rule. The only ones that you'll be able to separate right off are pure duds. You'll know them right off the hop. The one that just absolutely has no gait, no talent, no attitude, and they're the easy ones. You say, well, I know it's going nowhere, so I'll cut my losses right off the bat. It's the pretenders that are the tough ones. They do everything right. They're good gaited. They're sound. They've got the breeding behind them, and then when you get down to racing, they don't have the guts. You can't never see inside a horse's heart, and that's the deciding factor between a real good one and a fair one, is how much heart they have, because heart will separate them way faster than talent. And it's our job just to prepare them as well as we can and get them to the point of competition. And most horses, when they get behind the gate, then they'll tell you if they're for real or not.
Claire, you've had so many good horses over the years, but who are a few of your favorites that stand out for you that are Maritime breds?
Maritime Tradition was, probably one of the first real standouts. That mare was arguably the best filly for years and could race against the colts. The only time she finished out of the top two was in the Burial McIsaac, the second heat. She finished fourth. Pretty well every start she was either first or second. Glengal Marge seemed to have her number sometimes, but she was a really memorable mare. I guess as recently as Western Amber was a really popular one in our family, and for an honest little race mare, showed up every stake and earned over 100,000 and raced the open mares later on in her career. But I've had too numerous to mention, I guess, without risking hurting somebody's feelings. But and last year we had a great highlight with a trotter that George Riley owns, and Kenny was front and center with him, Apelia. So I've had good trotters, I've got good pacers, and every year is just a joy, because you don't really know till race time how yours are going to shape up against the competition, and if you're lucky enough to have a stake winner, it's a really rewarding experience.
What about you, Adam, for babies? Is there one or two that stick out for you?
Yeah, when I worked for Ronnie, Magical Mistress was obviously the nicest young baby I've ever had. And when I get out on my own, I had Windermere Ryan. He was a malicious colt. He was a little sweetheart. Mr. Kelly, the Big Chase. I've had a couple nice horses.
And were they fast learners, the last couple you mentioned there? Like, again, did you know kind of early on that they were going to be pretty good horses?
Mr. Kelly was a nice colt, right? He gated pretty well the first day he was going on his own, and Windermere Ryan, he was just kind of a funny little fella. He played around on the track, and I don't think he started pacing until this time as a baby, or this time of year as a baby. And the Big Chase, he was over in Cape Breton. He came to me at all home week, so he was broken going. I didn't have any part of him, and yeah, they're quirky little animals. Like some of them are easy, and some of them aren't. So.
And you, Donnie, anybody that sticks out for you as far as ones you purchased?
I think the favorite horse I ever bought, and I still follow him to this day, was a little horse called Silver Hill Blaze. He was a nice little horse, and we had a bit of luck with him early on. That kind of was probably the best first horse I had. And then we started raising a few of our own, and then we had Elliot Moose last year. We had a lot of fun with him, and it's always nice when you got one of your homebreds that go on to be something. And then we bought Magical Mistress after a two-year-old season, and she missed her 3-year-old season, but as a 4-year-old, she came back and she paced to 49. That was a pretty good feeling to have a maritime bred that, and we bought some other, horses over the years that have raced good for us, but, them are probably the main ones for me that definitely Magical Mistress. I still follow her, even though we don't own her anymore, but there may come a day she may be for sale again. I may get her back, maybe for a broodmare.
Any questions, again, folks, let us know. You can raise your hand as far as ownership and training, questions for these folks. If not, we're going to move on to the future breeding and ask our panelists some questions. But again, raise your hand and we can get to you for a question. So guys, and Claire, I'll ask you this first, just as far as the future breeding goes, and what's the biggest advancement in local breeding that you've noticed in the last few years?
Oh, the commitment the breeders have put into getting better bred mares and stallions. Like, I think you can differentiate now and say, oh, it's only a maritime bred, because it's not. It's just a foal that's born in the Maritimes, because basically our bloodlines are the same as they are in Ontario. We don't have brood mares with foals having records of 2:10 and 2:12 anymore. We've got 2-minute foals right off the hop, and that's a credit to our breeders. They've made the investment, and it's proving out for them at yearling sale time. We're setting records every sale, so it bodes well for the future. We just need more of them.
Adam, same question to you. What do you see as the biggest advancement in the last few years?
Oh, hats off to the breeders. I think the mares have come so far ahead over the years, and better stallions, like Claire said, and which make for better horses. Like, as Claire said earlier, they're not even, you wouldn't even really consider them, I guess, maritime breds, but they can compete in any level. Once you sell them after the 3-year-old season here, they go on to make good race horses, and whether it's in the US or Ontario, they can compete at any level.
Donnie?
Yeah, I agree. Like the breeding has come full foal here. There's like our offspring is every bit as good as Ontario and Pennsylvania. Like where there's a lot of stallions to pick from, and you got guys like Bruce Wood and Earl Watts and them guys that have brought in some real good stallions. That's only going to make it better, really. Like we've looked at what Melissa's has done here in the Maritimes. We got Arthur Blue Chip. We got some real good stallions to pick from. Like they're every bit as good as any stallions anywhere.
Claire, what must be done to ensure we have success in the future and to keep going and improving in the Maritimes?
It all comes down to dollars. We definitely need the support in the other provinces that PEI is receiving. But when it boils right down, we have to increase our purse pools, and that has to be increased wagering. And once your dollars increase at the top line, it'll trickle down. And if there's more lucrative for people to breed horses and sell horses and race horses, there'll be more people involved.
Adam, the same question to you. What do we have to do as an industry to ensure we have success in the future?
Well, everything else seems, the prices and everything else seem to be going up. So I guess if you get more purse money, I guess I basically agree with Claire.
And Donnie, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, there's definitely, it's positive when you see all the extra mares like coming in each year for breeding and whatnot. It would be nice if we could get a little more money for the overnight horses now to try to keep the overnight purses up a little bit and maybe entice people to, buy some more overnight horses, because you can't run an industry strictly on colt stakes.
Claire, maritime breds continue to do well at tracks throughout North America. How important is that for the breeding industry here?
It's important, but it would be really nice to see, them be able to stay local and race for good purses here, and we wouldn't be struggling with a horse shortage then. It comes down to the fact that, at the end of your 3-year-old year, your horse is worth X number of dollars, and you can't earn that presently if you were to keep it in the Maritimes. So we've had to export, some of our biggest stars. Much the same way as we've exported a lot of our human stars. I think if you pick up any program and look at any results page, and I don't think they could race in Ontario without maritime bred people. And if we could ever turn this industry around sufficiently, I wouldn't doubt, a lot of those Maritimers would come back and we'd have a great nucleus of drivers and trainers back here in the Maritimes, because the older generation, the ones that were following us have left for more lucrative racing. And I think it's imperative that we try to improve our racing here and our betting numbers to try to bring back those young stars.
Donnie, a comment on that, just as far as the maritime breds doing quite well throughout North America?
Yeah, like I guess there is the idea of 4-year-old stakes, but I mean, do you have enough horses to put a 4-year-old program on strictly from what's left in the Maritimes? Like, I think if you look at 4-year-old stakes across North America, there's really not an awful lot of 4-year-old stakes offered anymore for across anywhere in North America, because most of the 4-year-olds end up racing against the aged horses, and a lot of them end up, 4-year-olds a very difficult year for 4-year-old horses. So it would be nice to see if there was 4-year-old stakes here, that maybe some of them would stay around then.
Adam, you've had a couple of horses that you've sold that you've had here before, so a thought on that as well?
It comes down to the individual, really. Like, if you want to keep your horse after 3, they obviously did go to 2 and 3. So when you come out of your 3-year-old stake, it's quite a jump to tackle the big boys here for sure. But we usually sell them, move them on, and we'd like to go to the sale and buy babies the next year, right? And it's fun to watch them, follow them. I follow every horse we've sold so far. I don't miss a race. So, yeah, I like watching them go on to see what they can do too.
This year, how are they coming along for you? And give us an update on what you bought and what you're training.
You got an Arthur Blue Chip colt there. He's doing good. He skated up well. He had a little time off there. We had to get some OCDs out of him, but he's coming back good. And I got a Shadow Play. I actually just put a watch on him yesterday, tripping 41. He's a nice colt. I got 2 trotters, an MVP, and it looks like a Chippendale. They were in 50 yesterday, first time with a watch on them. And I got Tobago K's filly. She actually trained at the Shadow Play, so she's in 41. And Roll the Terry, she's going next week. Or not, Roll the Terry, she's turned out actually. But I got Stonebridge Terror, she's going to train next week. And what else is in there? That's all I can think of right now.
You have a lot.
Yeah, there's lots around.
And Claire, just for you, can you give us an update on how your stock is doing?
Well, I can say that we're battling track conditions right now, but I have 5. I only have 3 maritime breds, 1 pacing colt and 2 trotting fillies. So it'll be a little different this year. I usually concentrate mostly on maritime breds and have more numbers, but the other 2 are a Lazarus colt and a He's Watching filly that we bought from Woodmere consignment last fall, and so far I'm pleased with all of them. Like I say, we've only the pacers were between 41 and 43 last week, and the trotters have yet to turn a mile, but they've been going a 45 shot in quarter brushes. So.
And Donnie, just on you again, I know you mentioned it briefly, but can you give us a bit of an update on where your horses are?
I guess the maritime ones, we had Woodmere Dealer and Salisbrook Honey has been kind of training as a pair all along. I think they've been somewhere around 40, 42, something like that. Both of them are looking good. I have a homebred, an Artspeak, and a Malicious colt that I bought from Tobin's at a Donna party. They've probably been in 46 to 50 in that general vicinity, I think. I have a Always Be Mickey filly in Florida that it's been about 30 or 32 or something like that. And then we have a Sweet Lou filly also in Florida that they had some issues with a chip in his knee and lost a bit of time, so she's a bit behind the other ones. So that's the main ones anyway.
Thank you. And again, folks, we're going to wrap this up in just a minute or so. So if there's any questions on any of the topics we covered, okay, we got a question. Don, Julie will get to you here in just a second.
Thank you. It's for Claire, and I want to pick up, Claire, on your reference to the future with increasing purse pools. And those of us on this side of the Northumberland Strait are concerned about the Nova Scotia situation. I wondered if you briefly could give your estimate or assessment of what it might take over in Nova Scotia to have things change for the better.
Well,
the better, I mean ER, not the OR.
Pardon me?
The better was a bad word to use there. I just want to know what you think it might take for Nova Scotia to come ahead a little bit with purse pools.
Well, I think, there does seem to be some positive signs. There seems to be a movement afoot that we're, they're looking at the industry, realizing the spin-offs of it, realizing how much, it means to the tourism and the agriculture industry here or on the island. And all they have to do, I think Wally Hennessy touched on that last week in an interview he did, and he said they don't have to find a model, they just have to look at the PEI model and see that it works. And there's been some talks ongoing with the finance minister and with the agriculture minister on this side, and I think you're going to see them turn to and support it, hopefully, and may possibly better times ahead.
I think we have another question. Nick, do you have a question?
Yeah, this is for all 3 of you, actually. We talked a little bit about yearling videos, and I know there was some talk, we got some feedback after the Atlanta Classic sale last year about yearling videos and if they might be necessary and something we need to do going forward. We talked about the pros and cons, you guys did earlier. Do you think it's something that breeders should really look into doing for this fall's yearling season? Does it make a big difference to you guys?
Claire, we'll start with you.
Yeah, anything you can do to that's a form of advertising, and advertising always helps. So, if the breeder has the wherewithal and the facility to produce a good video, by all means. a lot of trainers use it as a very valuable tool.
Adam?
Yeah, it's important, but the video is a video. Nobody's going to post a poor video. So, I mean, they usually take the best one of the horse and put it on. But I'd prefer going to the farm and seeing them in the field first.
Donnie?
Yeah, I agree with Adam. Like, nobody's going to, if there's something wrong with the horse, it's got a crooked leg or something, they're not going to show it on the video. So, I mean, basically all a video is doing is letting you know that the horse is in the sale. And it's probably not going to be the deciding factor whether you buy or you don't buy the horse.
Anything else, Nick? Okay. One more before I go, and if guys, and this is for all you. Claire, we'll start with you. If you were to suggest one thing, either for the sale committee or for the breeders to improve in their presentation, what would it be? Is there anything they can improve on for you?
You looking for an answer?
Yeah.
Well, I guess for selfish reasons, I like running on a weekend where it wasn't in direct conflict with one of our busiest racing weekends. But again, that's a selfish reason. But it would be nice just to have the standalone time to look at yearlings and not have to worry about the racing aspect of it the next day, so that you could safely have them transported back to your farm basis or whatever.
Adam, anything that you could suggest to improve on?
I'm happy with the way how it goes. I think they do a great job. But the breeders, the colts and fillies, they're in great shape. They look the part, and sale day, the sale runs pretty smoothly, I think.
And last word to you, Donnie.
No, I agree. Like, it's I guess we can't please everybody. The people that aren't here living on the island don't have the opportunity to go to the breeding farms no more than we have the opportunity to go to Nova Scotia and New Brunswick to look at the breeding farms there. So as long as you got that time the day before, and as you say, at least you know they're in their sale if there's videos out there, but you still want to see the horse.
Well, thanks very much to everybody, and I may get Bruce to say goodbye to everybody, and I want to thank everybody. Claire, any parting words from you before we let you go?
No, I think this was a very useful tool, though I tried to tune in this morning to a little bit of the vets conference, but unfortunately cell phones and rainy weather and jogging horses just don't match, so I didn't catch much of it. But these conferences and getting it out to the public and providing information is a win-win situation. I'm proud of the presentation.
Thank you for doing that, Claire. Adam, any final words? And again, thank you for coming on. But any words from you before you leave?
I just appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I thought it was a great day. I watched it from home before I came, and I think everybody did a great job.
Thanks again for coming on. Thanks again, Claire. Donnie, to you for a final word.
No, I just appreciate the opportunity to be asked, and appreciate the work that everybody does. It's all volunteers, and I hope that moving forward we can have some more of these.
Excellent. Thank you, Donnie. And Bruce, I'll give it back to you. Thanks again, everybody.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. And Cam skipped out, I guess. He didn't want us to follow him to the birthday bash, I guess. But thanks, Adam, Donnie, and Claire. Thank you very much, Claire, for joining in today. Thanks, everybody, for attending, whether you attended virtually or here with us today. I think it is something. A lot of it's repetition, I know, but I got Nick just for curiosity's sake, because we talked about the percentage of live foals to mares bred being like 60%. So in 2020, Twinbrook had 33 mares in foal or bred, 33 mares bred on their farm, and that resulted in 31 foals last year. So they're running well above 90%, and that's just, you can tell by the way they run details and hard work. And it's no different if you're training horses, Adam. It's hard work and details. Thanks, everybody. It's been a great day. And don't forget the survey. There's a survey online, I think, on the website, or maybe through email. I'm just not sure, but I know you'll find it on the website. Thanks very much for attending.